From Manila to our hometown Cebu. Then we took off for our first international flight, Manila to Hong Kong on November 22, 2001. Those were great times. Philippines, meet Piso Fair, March 2004. We pioneered the first ever piso sale in the market. These piso sales really made air travel more accessible for everyone. To connect more people across the archipelago, through September 2007 to 2016, we invested in high-capacity ATR turboprop aircrafts to serve islands that can only be reached by smaller planes. In 2013, we received our first and biggest aircraft, the Airbus A330, and sent it to our first long-haul flight from Manila to Dubai. Baby Haven came into this world via 5J015 Dubai to Manila, the first Ceb baby born in flight. On our 20th year, we welcomed major changes, our new home, our new uniforms, and a brand new look in the skies. We even partnered with UNICEF for its Change for Good program. And last 2017, we flew our first 150 millionth passenger. Throughout our 25 years, we have celebrated countless wonderful moments with you, our dear passengers. I, your captain, together with Cebu Pacific family, can't wait to bring you back to the beautiful destinations you have missed. We're looking forward to more smiles ahead as everyone flies again.
The lines that connect us have never been this important. From the simple things that give us joy and hope to the ones we have to accomplish. There is a need to be connected to the things we do and to the people around us. The lack of a future-ready connection is what created us. From a startup in Central Luzon to what we are now, our purpose remains the same: to make everyone's online experience better. From businesses to public institutions to your homes and the entire country, we believe that digitalizing the Philippines empowers the people. We work hard to power micro, small, medium, and large-scale businesses to allow them to maximize their productivity with the latest broadband technology that fits their needs, to better connect them to their audiences and customers. Because we know the value of what education brings to every Filipino. Together with the Department of Education and local governments, we are connecting schools to teachers and teachers to all their students, providing reliable and fast internet. This helps build the future of the youth and the nation. Converge is empowering every Filipino household as the home becomes the school, the workplace, and the marketplace in one. With its pure fiber connection, Converge offers speed, stability, and reliability to meet the evolving needs of its residential customers, providing the best experience for their work from home, online classes, news and information needs, to seamless entertainment consumption, such as social media, movie streaming, music, sports, and gaming. Our customers' experience is at the forefront of our success. Going beyond their connectivity, we lead the way in product innovation, customer response, digital infrastructure, and network improvements. Because more than the connection, we empower. We empower you, the businesses that fill your needs, and the country's. We are focused in providing all our customers the best of what the internet has to offer, with true high-speed, pure end-to-end fiber connectivity, and we are making it available to every Filipino. Breaking into an already established industry, it is the passion of our people to bring fresh innovations to Filipinos that sets us apart. The Philippines' need for better internet is evident by our exponential and unrivaled growth. boosting us to have one of the biggest IPOs in the country, and transforming us into a world-class broadband provider with the Filipino consumer in mind. With our unparalleled growth, we set our sights on interconnecting the entire country, now linking Visayas and Mindanao to our domestic fiber backbone. To connect the unserved and underserved areas in the country, this lives in the fiber of how Converge came to be. Knowing how essential connectivity is today and in the future, we're not just making stable connections available to more Filipinos. We are giving them the lifeline they need and deserve. Now, the way we connect has never been this powerful. With everything we do in our lives, the world is becoming more and more connected. Converge provides more than just fiber internet. We give the lifeline for a future-ready nation.
It starts with a cause, a purpose, a dream. To do more, to be more. In the face of adversity, do we break down, or should we break through? Should we be different, or strive to make a difference? We rock. We have the power to create a better world, one step at a time. This is our revolution. I'm Juan Miguel Javier, an IT director, a farmer, and a rock star by heart. I am unbreakable.
Here's a warm hello from Eastern Communications. We're here to present a refreshing point of view that when it comes to delivering business communication solutions, it's time to bring back the human connection. As we do all we can to offer technology that is always solid and reliable, we never lose sight of our brand of personalized customer service. It's a connection that is both high-tech and high-touch. That's our strong connection. We are Eastern Communications.
We are an organization intensive in youth, in desires, and in a commitment to take great steps to live the values that unite us. We are a company that listens to a mission and has decided to respond daily to the call. We are Qualphone, establishing a welcoming and respectful workplace that affirms the dignity of each person, fostering the spirituality and unique contributions of each individual through our Mission at Work programs. Communication at Work promotes an open communication based on respect, mutual trust, and the understanding of the mission, values, and plans of Qualphone. Learn at Work. Support employees through career development classes. care at work, support an environment where the person trusts and support each other in a caring second family manner. But making people's lives better goes beyond employees. It also refers to employees' families and our communications through our Give at Work program. We support charities and establishments that provide assistance to the underprivileged. And Fun at Work, to keep our employees engaged through fun activities. Our mission is our call, and we share it with you so that our Strides values will be an explicit, concrete, and visible commitment to serve and love others. In order to be the best BPO, we make people's lives better.
At Vivant, we embrace change because we know that to succeed, we need to be a strong partner. A partner who takes the time to listen and provide solutions that benefit everyone. Vivant's growth throughout the energy sector is a testament to our strategic relationship and our ability to adapt to a changing world. As we expand beyond power, our business model of foresight, cooperation, and adaptability will always push us forward. Vivant, solutions for a changing world.
Ako si Arnold Asis, ang may-ari ng Arnet Agrimarts, at ito ang diskarte ko. One-stop shop kami for all gardening and farming needs. Nagbebenta kami ng pots, fertilizers, seeds, and greenhouse materials. Actually, before Lazada, I have to travel a lot to meet distributor kasi kailangan mo silang puntahan para makabenta ka. So, malimit, malayo ako sa pamilya ko. And kailan talaga doble-doble yung effort mo para makabenta ka lang. Actually, hindi rin naman ako techie so wala rin ako masyadong alam sa online. And yun yung maganda kay Lazada kasi marami siyang tools. Nandyan yung Lazada University para lahat ng kailangan mong malaman, madali mong matututunan. And nandyan din yung community of sellers na very much willing tumulong lalo na sa mga bagong sellers. Hindi lang basta nakabawi yung business namin, mas lumaki pa siya ngayon. At kahit mas malaki siya ngayon, mas magaan yung trabaho namin kasi online na lahat. Huwag kayong matakot matuto at sumubok ng bago kasi andyan naman sa Lazada lahat ng kailangan nyo para mag-succeed ang business nyo. Lahat naman siguro tayo nakakapa sa sitwasyon natin ngayon. Pero sa halip na tingnan natin ito bilang problema, maganda siguro, tingnan natin bilang opportunity upang mag-adapt at mag-evolve sa pagpapalaganap ng e-commerce sa Pilipinas. Kasi kung kaya ko, kaya niyo rin.
They don't want. If we get everyone else vaccinated, 70% yung natawag na herd immunity, maprotektahan yung 30% na hindi magpabakuna. Oo.
Diyan ang paglaom, sudunga ang kaugmaon sa kanaw-kanaw. Sugdantang pagbangon, dungan natong sugato na bagong adlaw. Karon ang panahon, busa magpabakuna ta. Kini ang pagpanggata sa usab-usab. Padayon, usa ka komunidad kontra sa COVID pabakuna. Di na nato dugayon, di na panumbalingon na kabalaka. Ali magkuyog na, dungan natong pandayon ang nangagunom na mga dambota. Mabalik pa ang tanan kung magkaiyos sa pusa. Magpabakuna ta, hindi ang pagpanggata sa usab-usab. Padayon, isa ka komunidad kontra sa COVID pabakuna. Karon ay layo ta.
Invite na ko ang mga tao nga magpabaksin sila.
I encourage everyone to get vaccinated.
Right mo tanan nga to take the opportunity to have a vaccine. Ma-free ta tanan sa worries or sa anxiety na to sa about this pandemic which is the COVID-19.
The best vaccine is the one that is available.
Diyan ang paglaom, sudunga ang kaugmaon ta. Higala, busa magpabakuna ta.
Now that we have the vaccines here, please do avail of the vaccine to end this pandemic.
Good day, passengers. This is your captain speaking once again. For the last 25 years, we at Cebu Pacific have been enabling everyone to fly. And it has been such an honor to have made a lot of travel moments with you. We have always been known to make the flight experience fun for everyone. And as the skies open once again, let us look back at our 8 shared milestones. What a great day to fly! On March 8, 1996, we made our first maiden voyage from Manila to our hometown Cebu. Then we took off for our first international flight, Manila to Hong Kong on November 22, 2001. Those were great times. Philippines, meet Piso Fair. March 2004, we pioneered the first ever Piso sale in the market. These Piso sales really made air travel more accessible for everyone. To connect more people across the archipelago, through September 2007 to 2016, we invested in high-capacity ATR turboprop aircrafts to serve islands that can only be reached by smaller planes. In 2013, we received our first and biggest aircraft, the Airbus A330, and sent it to our first long-haul flight from Manila to Dubai. Baby Haven came into this world via 5J015 Dubai to Manila, the first Ceb baby born in flight. On our 20th year, we welcomed major changes, our new home, our new uniforms, and a brand new look in the skies. We even partnered with UNICEF for its Change for Good program. And last 2017, we flew our first 150 millionth passenger. Throughout our 25 years, we have celebrated countless wonderful moments with you, our dear passengers. I, your captain, together with Cebu Pacific family, can't wait to bring you back to the beautiful destinations you have missed. We're looking forward to more smiles ahead as everyone flies again.
The lines that connect us have never been this important. From the simple things that give us joy and hope to the ones we have to accomplish. There is a need to be connected to the things we do and to the people around us. The lack of a future-ready connection is what created us. From a startup in Central Luzon to what we are now, our purpose remains the same: to make everyone's online experience better. From businesses to public institutions to your homes and the entire country, we believe that digitalizing the Philippines empowers the people. We work hard to power micro, small, medium, and large-scale businesses to allow them to maximize their productivity with the latest broadband technology that fits their needs, to better connect them to their audiences and customers. Because we know the value of what education brings to every Filipino. Together with the Department of Education and local governments, we are connecting schools to teachers and teachers to all their students, providing reliable and fast internet. This helps build the future of the youth and the nation. Converge is empowering every Filipino household as the home becomes the school, the workplace, and the marketplace in one. With its pure fiber connection, Converge offers speed, stability, and reliability to meet the evolving needs of its residential customers, providing the best experience for their work from home, online classes, news and information needs, seamless entertainment consumption, such as social media, movie streaming, music, sports, and gaming. Our customers' experience is at the forefront of our success. Going beyond their connectivity, we lead the way in product innovation, customer response, digital infrastructure, and network improvements. Because more than the connection, we empower. We empower you, the businesses that fill your needs, and the country's. We are focused in providing all our customers the best of what the internet has to offer, with true high-speed, pure end-to-end fiber connectivity, and we are making it available to every Filipino. Breaking into an already established industry, It is the passion of our people to bring fresh innovations to Filipinos that sets us apart. The Philippines' need for better internet is evident by our exponential and unrivaled growth, boosting us to have one of the biggest IPOs in the country and transforming us into a world-class broadband provider with the Filipino consumer in mind. With our unparalleled growth, we set our sights on interconnecting the entire country, now linking Visayas and Mindanao to our domestic fiber backbone. To connect the unserved and underserved areas in the country, this lives in the fiber of how Converge came to be. Knowing how essential connectivity is today and in the future, we're not just making stable connections available to more Filipinos, we are giving them the lifeline they need and deserve. Now, the way we connect has never been this powerful. With everything we do in our lives, the world is becoming more and more connected. Converge provides more than just fiber internet. We give the lifeline for a future-ready nation.
It starts with a cause, a purpose, a dream. To do more, to be more. In the face of adversity, do we break down or should we break through? Should we be different or strive to make a difference? We rock. We have the power to create a better world, one step at a time. This is our revolution. I'm Juan Miguel Javier, an IT director, a farmer, and a rock star by heart. I am unbreakable.
Good morning, everyone. To formally start our program, may I request everyone to pause as we pray for the success of this event, after which, please stay tuned for the singing of the national anthem.
Amen. Sang-awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang magiging sa silanganan, alam ng puso sa higit mo'y buhay. Upang hinirang tuyagan ang magiting sa mandulubing, di ka masisigil sa galatang tutok sa simoy at sa langit ng pagkaw. Ay nilatang tulang awit sa pagkayang minamahal. Ang isang ng patawad mo'y tagumpay na nagiging. Ang bituin at araw niya kailan ang ay magiging. Luman ang araw ng walhagit pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Ang hindi kaya ng pagkay mga amin, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
All right, finally, I'm unmuted. Thank you very much. Maraming salamat sa inyong lahat. And welcome. Welcome to the first day ng Cebu Entertainment Week. I hope I am being heard by everybody. Yes, I am unmuted now. All right. Exciting and wonderful morning, everybody. Thank you very much for being around. My name is Crispo Mojica. Ako ang pinili nilang maging host ngayong araw na ito. Hindi ko alam kung bakit. Subalit siguro dahil ako ang pinakamatanda dito sa nakikita kong ating mga participants for today. Okay. Welcome to the Cebu Business Month 2021 Creative Entertainment Week's Theater, Music and Film segment. We are live via Zoom. Mamaya, mga kaibigan, kailangang magpakita tayo ng ating mga litrato sapagkat magkakaroon tayo ng photo op bago ako gumawa ng isang introduction. All right. At this point, this event, by the way, is being sponsored by the Cebu Chamber of Commerce and Industry for the Cebu Business Mobilization 2021, which is part of the Chamber's trust to develop Cebu's creative entertainment industry. Tall order, but it is happening now. Thank you very much, Cebu Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Okay, we would like to focus on creating Cebu as a global creative hub, another tall order. But again, this is the beginning. Why not dream? This is the start. Magandang umaga sa inyo, mga kaibigan. At this point, I would like to thank first of all our sponsors. Okay? Babasahin ko lahat ng ating mga sponsors dahil kung wala ang ating sponsors na to, baka hindi po tayo matuloy ngayon. Okay, let me read our sponsors. Thank you very much for sponsoring the Cebu Creative Entertainment Week. Our partners, Animation Council of the Philippines or the ACPI. Cebu Creative Hub, Creative Content Creators, Association of the Philippines or SICAP, Game Developers Association of the Philippines or GDAP, Comiket, Comic-Con Incorporated. Thank you very much. Cebu Pacific Air. Kung nakita nyo ang kanilang mga advertising kanina, akalain mo ba na for all those years. They're still around, and thank you very much for being with us today. Converge ICT Solutions. Ayan, kaya siguro tayo nakikita ng napakaraming tao ngayon ay dahil sa Converge ICT Solutions, PLDT Enterprise. All right? Thank you. Ride Hero, maraming salamat. Eastern Communications, daghan salamat. Qualphone Philippines, thank you. Vivant Energy Corporation, Ayala Land Incorporated, Cebu Holdings Incorporated, Lazada Philippines, Ramon Abointis Foundation Incorporated, Security Bank Corporation, maraming salamat. Pioneer Philippines Branch Incorporated, thank you. Wacom Philippines, Allego Media, Emotoons Animation Studio, IIFBA Learning, Lilu Advertising and Marketing Solutions, and Marie Ernestine School. Maraming salamat. Huwag natin kalilimutan mga kaibigan, RMA News. Thank you so much for all the sponsors. Okay, katulad na sinabi ko kanina, can we have, Jovit, can we have a photo op for everyone who's here this morning with us? Can you switch your camera on? Everybody would like to see everybody. Pwede po ba? One photo op. Jovit, are we in?
Yes, sir. Can I request everyone to turn on their cameras, please? Okay, we'll just wait for a few seconds, sir, for everyone to turn on. Okay. In 3, 2, 1, can we have our smile? In 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay, another one. In 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay, thank you, everyone. Sir Crispo?
All right, thank you very much, Jubito. Yan yung tech person natin. Kung wala si Jubito, baka hindi tayo nagkikita-kita ngayon. All right, to formally start our event for today, let me welcome. Can I call on this very important individual? Okay, the Cebu Business Management 2021 Creative Industry Chairperson, Miss Marie Ernestine Denise, we call her Peachy Fahatin. Welcome. Warm of applause, please. Miss Peachy.
Hello, how are you here? Don't you see and pushing in a field to feel whether it's actually to foreign of people. A second morning, so I feel 55 for the but with the skills of young, distinguished speakers and analysts, valued sponsors, partners, artists, and viewers. It is an honor to be here today and welcome you to today's special event. To our colleagues, organizers, and media partners who've been supporting us since the beginning of our initiative. Thank you. The entertainment industry has been one of the key contributors to our country's success. In fact, it was projected that in 2020, its value must be at least worth $1.37 billion. Prior to the pandemic, the audiovisual sector, which includes theater, film, and music, accounts for almost 7% of our GDP. While the industry itself continues to evolve, its value has been building since the beginning, even before industrialization takes place for the digitalization that we know today. Our past memory information around was known as musicians, the old classic songs. The younger generation of today given the time to start of their favorite Islamic songs as they revel on another Netflix production. These are simple stories some of us are able to experience despite the pandemic. There are just other creative sectors of the performing arts, such as diversity, cinema, studios, theaters, and even art galleries, which make the culture of the week. The emergence of the coronavirus grasp of the vastness of our creative sector, and it receives a surge of the other instruments of existence, making life too simple to alleviate the situation. Fortunately, there exist public and private organizations which join forces with our government to fight this. One of those is the City Chamber of Commerce and Industry, which actively shows to sustainably source for support and for volunteers. I am proud and happy to take part in speaking to our people. The Chamber acknowledges the setback because of restrictions, but we also see opportunities to reinvest for those in peace, growth, and ecosystem for our creators, as well as for those in business. We have to face an answer and flexible questions that will help us work ahead and analyze the current landscape with regards to sustainable industry. How will our visual artists push through the filming process without compromising their health? How can our theater performers continue their efforts in keeping our cultural alive? How can our musicians transcend about the opportunities they've lost? Ultimately, what are ways as creators in the post-pandemic world? Questions like these will prepare ourselves for new prospects that may arise as a perspective. Together with our esteemed speaker and panelists, today we will witness an expansive discussion on the current state of the audiovisual industry, as well as how we can revitalize it through sustainability and as a valuable business opportunity. Once again, welcome and thank you for being with us in today's discussion. Thank you.
All right. There you go. Thank you very much. That was not Miss Fahatin. That was our president for the Cebu International Film Festival, Mr. Mel Aliego. Maraming salamat. The importance of our audio, mga kaibigan. You may want to recheck your audio again because if in case medyo hindi kayo naririnig, katulad ng nangyari sa atin earlier kanina at nangyayari ngayon, I would suggest that you guys would recheck your audio because sayang naman. Knowing our president, Mr. Mel Aliego, just in case that you guys did not decipher the whole speech entirely, nararamdaman ka namin, Mr. Mel Aliego. Parang sinasabi mo sa amin na nagpapasalamat ka sa Cebu Chamber of Commerce for bringing us all together and for all the participants today for being here. Maraming salamat, our President, Mr. Mel Aliego. All right. And now we would like to listen to a message and commitment from the Cebu Chamber of Commerce and Industries Trustee and Vice President. I'm sorry. From the President himself. But before I do this, nung nagsasalita mga kaibigan si Mr. Mel Aliego, since ako ay ang kanyang Vice President sa Cebu International Film Festival, I would like to take this opportunity before I introduce the President of the Cebu Chamber of Commerce and Industry to thank the Cebu Chamber of Commerce for their unwielding support. Napakatagal na po na tumutulong sa amin ang Cebu Chamber of Commerce and Industries. Ang aking panaginip at ang hangarin ng napakarami sa atin ngayon na maging maayos ang industriya ng ating teatro, ang industriya ng ating pelikula, ang industriya ng ating musika ay hindi magiging katotohanan o walang magiging pag-asa kung wala ang private sector, particularly ang Cebu Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Maraming salamat po. And now, to present to you ang presidente ng Cebu Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Felix Taguiam. Welcome po, Mr. Taguiam.
Thank you, Chris Po, for being the host today. And I really see that we are now seeing fruitful results out of these few years of preparation and with our able support from the trustees of the Cebu Chamber of Commerce, and with our trustee Mario at the helm of this creative entertainment project, together with Vice President Mike Cubos as our Cebu Business Mobilization Committee Chair, and we are now seeing a light at the end of the tunnel for this industry. Once again, a pleasant morning to all our distinguished speakers and panelists, esteemed sponsors, artists, and viewers. Thank you for being with us today. To our colleagues, partners, and friends from the media who have been supporting us since the beginning of our initiatives, a big thank you. On today's occasion, the CCCI will once again show its continued support for the creative entertainment industry in Cebu. Today, we will focus on 3 different entertainment sectors of the creative industry, which continue to bring us economic value despite our ongoing crisis. Truly, the theater, music, and film industries have made a mark in our lives. Even at this time of pandemic, but as technology improves, infrastructure improves, nothing is far already with the use of our digital innovations. More than the entertainment, this art form bring these sectors have also created countless job opportunities for many Filipinos. Not only that this sector serves as an income-generating prospect for us locals. For instance, when a production company shoots a film in a specific locality, local workers in the area are offered jobs. For one film or music video production, it's not just one creative professional working. Rather, it is composed of a team, a group of like-minded individuals that allow art to showcase truth and culture. The diversity of skills and talent of this creative behind this industry proves limitless art is. That is what we call employment is always involved in any kind of projects. That is what we need at this time. On the year 2018, it was reported that the Audiovisual and Integrated Experience Association that the industry will generate up to $325 billion in the next 5 years. However, this pandemic, the coronavirus, muddled this contingency. As we may all know, the creative industry is one of the economic sectors that has been hit hard by the pandemic. In fact, the NEDA reported that the entertainment industry is the first among the top 10 hardest hit sectors caused by this pandemic. Although this is disheartening to hear, this also serves as a wake-up call for us in the business sector. We cannot let the industry that have efficiently served our economy well for the past years go into a worst-case scenario. Every day is the best time for us to show our support for the creatives. We can do this through various initiatives and collaboration with different creative organizations locally and abroad, and as well as with the programs of our government has in mind. It takes us more time and resources to reach new frontiers beyond this crisis, but let us encourage ourselves to keep synergy growing and our creatives keep sharing the beauty of art. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope this event will be a success and beneficial, especially to our local artists in the audiovisual sector. And again, on behalf of the Cebu Chamber of Commerce and Industry, a big thank you, and may we have a very fruitful webinar and conference for the whole afternoon. Thank you very much. Crispo, thank you.
President Felix, maraming salamat po sa inyo. Mga kaibigan, ang susunod nating magsasalita ay ang Vice President at ang namahala sa the CCCI Cebu Business Mobilization. Okay? And without further ado, let me introduce to you Mr. Michael Cubos.
Thank you so much, Sir Crispo. So, good afternoon, everyone. No? And then I would like also to thank President Felix Tagyam, Sir Mel Aliago, and then Ma'am Pichi Fahatin, and all our speakers that are here this morning. Again, thank you for joining us in this event in the creative entertainment industry. So, despite, I'd just like you to tell a short story. Despite the existing perception that art is not essential, right? Our daily lives would prove otherwise. And this is especially true when the effects of the pandemic started to take its toll. So when we were locked in our homes, what did we do? We listened to music. We subscribe to our favorite shows and movies. We watch our, just to really ease up our minds and help us cope and deal with our mental and emotional health. So the crisis hasn't been easy for all sectors, especially in our economy. Even today, when we've been more than a year in this pandemic, we still see a lot of businesses that are struggling to stay afloat. This is also true those who are in the creative sector, like the theater, music, film, right? Along with the closing of cinemas and the cancellation of gigs for our musicians, our creative have to find ways to support themselves and keep making art. So given the apparent delay for us to go back to the new normal, where we can physically enjoy the silver screen and the music festivals, so we have to work on finding ways to ease the situation. In fact, the Film Development Council of the Philippines, FDCP, has partnered with various government departments in providing Filipino support to Filipino artists. So this situation is a great trial for the entire entertainment industry. And the Cebu Chamber of Commerce and Industry emphasizes that with the challenging paradigm that affects all of us, this is why we have to come together to find ways to strategize so we can support each other, support our artists collectively. We know that this requires collective effort, right? So the chamber actively participates, partners with organizations that could help create a sustainable ecosystem. So, so this includes as well, how we can integrate in the business side as a tool for us to stay connected and rise as one. So this is a great opportunity. This event right now is a great opportunity to talk about how we can really collaborate together, how we can enhance and help this and grow and strengthen the ecosystem. So with today's gathering, we are hopeful that we will gather for more means to reshape our future of our creative entertainment industry beyond the new normal. We can do this through the valuable insights of our panelists, our industry leaders throughout the event. Once again, thank you, good morning, and I hope for today's occasion as a vessel of insight and a significant opportunity for everyone. Thank you, and good morning once again.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that wonderful speech, Mr. Mike. And nawala ako sandali mga kaibigan, kaya sorry. I was cut out. I missed some parts of your speech, but I'm back. In a short while, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, Mr. Michael. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
In a short while, we will be listening to esteemed speakers and panelists from many sectors from Manila and Cebu. If anyone has any questions during the panel discussion, all you have to do is put them all in the chat box, and our secretariat will take care of the questions. And we are hoping sana most of your questions, kung pwedeng kayo mismo ang ilalagay namin online, and you can directly speak to the panelists. Okay? So I will go through them, and some of the questions we will read for you. For those who are not able to, speak with us online live, we will. By the way, we are live on Facebook. Kaya pwede nyo nang i-on ang inyong mga Facebook. Pwede nyo ilatag dyan ang ating link so that a lot of people can join us. This is a very important meeting. Before we formally introduce today's speakers and panelists, and open the discussion, siguro kailangan muna nating mag-break. Again, maraming salamat sa inyong lahat for being with us. And kakain muna tayo ng tanghalian. Bumalik tayo ng 12:50, 10 minutes before 1 o'clock to resume our panel discussions. Maraming salamat, President of CCCI, Felix Tagiam. Maraming salamat to the Vice President natin, Pogi. Sana ganyan din ako kagwapo. Tignan mo, nagsuot pa ako ng aking pinakamagandang, pero hindi ko kayang lampasan ang kagandang lalaki ng ating Vice President na si Mr. Cubos, Michael. All right. Maraming salamat sa inyo, and I'll see you guys later on at 12:50 p.m. This is Chris Pomoyka. We'll be right back. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm back. Okay. I hope that everyone had a good lunch. I'm here in Taguig at the moment. I had a wonderful lunch with my wife. I may not be in Cebu, but I have a Langgunisa Cebu, so for lunch, that was good. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. For those who just joined us, this is the first of a series of panel discussions and talks from speakers in different sectors of our country's creative industries. Just a reminder that the Creative Entertainment Week will hold the following talks in these following schedules, just to let you guys know. On this is October 1, we are conducting the theater, music, and film side of the Creative Entertainment Week. That's going on now. On October 4, the video game industry, very interesting. On October 5, in your calendar, mark it, animation. On October 6, comics. Ayan, yung mga mahilig dyan sa Marvel, etc., etc. Comics, the comics industry will be on October 6. And on October 7, original content, most of us with ideas on creative productions. Ayan, this is our opportunity to find out how we can put it into reality. Ito, mga original content creators will be around for October 7. On October 8, ladies and gentlemen, the government, the much needed support from the government, we will hear them on October 8 together with the schools. Yeah. The more important, one of the more important, aspects of this development through education, the school support will be with us on October 8. And finally, eto, kapirahan to, the investors primer, for you to understand which part of the sector do you think you would like to invest your time, resources, and energy on to help boost the Cebu creative industry. Okay. Let us now be all ears and be cooperative as we listen and learn the trends, goals, and opportunities from our invited esteemed speakers and panelists. These are all relevant to the advancing Cebu's creative entertainment industry. I have a take on this, but I will talk about that later on. But for now, as I have mentioned earlier kanina, and I will mention it again, that if you have questions for the speakers or the panelists, we will encourage you to join us in this very important conversation. Maximize the chat box. Meron kaming chat box dyan. You just click on the chat box, which can be found in your screen. Post your questions, and me and the Secretariat will go through them, and we will make certain that your questions are asked in the panel discussion. You may also use the raise hand button. Nandyan, may raise hand button to personally direct your questions to the speaker if you have questions for specific resource persons. Kindly include their name in sending your questions. Kaya alam natin, will it be for this speaker? Is this for everybody? Kindly just jot it down in your chat box. Please make it direct and straight to the point so that at least kahit na papano, mabilis nating masasagutan ang inyong mga katanungan. Ngayon mga kaibigan, I have been given the opportunity to introduce to you the important people in today's discussion, the speakers and the panelists. Give me this opportunity to introduce each and every one of them. Let me start off with Mr. Chris B. Miliado. Mr. Chris Miliado currently serves as the Vice President and Artistic Director of the Cultural Center of the Philippines and oversees the artistic programs in the performing arts, literature, cinema, and visual arts. He recently led the center in its shift to online programming, teatro, naka-online, online programming during the lockdown caused by this pandemic. Wow. He, Mr. Miliado, also spearheaded the second print edition of the 12 volumes Encyclopedia of Philippine Art, including its online digital version. Some of the digital productions which he launched include the CCP Historical Timeline, the CCP Digital Collection, and the CCP Channel. Some of the festivals he has curated include the annual Pasinaya CCP Open House Festival, Festival Arts and Ideas, International Theater Festival, National Theater Festival, among others. He is an accomplished stage director and playwright. His works have been produced in Manila, San Francisco, Chicago, Hawaii, and New York. May I Theater, Juilliard School, New York. After graduating from the Theater Arts program at the University of the Philippines, he earned a master's degree in performance studies from New York University through a Fulbright Hays Scholarship. He has taught courses in theater arts, performance studies, and Philippine studies. He spearheaded the organization of Filipino-American theater companies in the United States, Film Theater. He also served as Associate Artistic Director of the Tanghalang Pilipino. He has been a two-time recipient of the Rockefeller Residency in Bellagio, Italy, a fellow to the Salzburg Global Seminar on Performing Arts. He held a fellowship with the Davos Institute for Arts Management at the Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts in Washington, District of Columbia in the US. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Chris B. Milado. The second one, our panelist, Mr. Alan Nazareno. Alan M. Nazareno is based in Hong Kong and currently serves as the Artist in Residence Theater of the Yu Chung Education Foundation. Prior to this position, he was the Performing Arts Head and teacher of the IGCSE, Drama IB, Theater and Secondary Music at the Yau Chung International School in Hong Kong, mostly in Hong Kong. This is the 32nd year of teaching. His 32nd year of teaching. 31 of those 32 years has served outside the Philippines. So ngayon lang natin siya makakaharap dito. Most of his time and effort were spent outside, mostly in Hong Kong. His first professional job in 1989, after graduating with a degree in music at CIC, was teaching theater arts and music at the University of the Philippines High School in Cebu. He then moved to Guam as a teacher. He was listed twice in the Who's Who among American teachers. It was also in Guam where he started directing award-winning show tours that have performed in the US, Asia, Europe, and Australia. He started directing theater productions in 1997 and now has over 60 shows to his credit that that have been seen in audiences in Guam, in Cebu, Hong Kong, Singapore, and Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. After living 18 years in Guam, he and his family moved to Hong Kong in 2008. No wonder, tiga Hong Kong ko to. In 2015, he was awarded the Tatak UP for service in the arts. He is the founding director of the Broadway Youth Cebu. I'm sure you guys have seen the ABP prior to the show, no? Prior to this event. Napakaganda nun. Congratulations, gusto ko yun. Cebuan, he's a founding director of the Broadway Youth Cebu, a theater company geared towards providing Cebuani teens with world-class theater training and experience, and the recipient of the Broadway World Philippines Community Theater Group of the Decade Award. That is Mr. Alan Nazareno. The next panelist that we will have for this afternoon is director, writer, lighting director, actor, producer, teacher, learner, friend, partner, Mr. Dennis Marasigan. Mr. Dennis Marasigan is an experienced and multi-awarded theater, film, and television director, writer, lighting designer, actor, producer, and mentor who has held key management positions in various institutions and cultural organizations. He graduated with a Bachelor of Arts degree at Theater Arts and Masters of Public Administration from the University of the Philippines, and the Managing the Arts program from the Asian Institute of Management. He has served on the faculty of the University of the Philippines in Diliman and Manila, De La Salle University, De La Salle College of St. Benilde, Scholastica's College, the Institute of Culture and Arts Management, and Meridian Mint College, handling classes in film and audiovisual productions. Writing for mass media, arts management, and marketing and theater arts particularly. Through various grants and scholarships, Mr. Marasigan has observed theater and film practices in Moscow, Great Britain, Italy, Japan, and Canada, including attachments and residences at the Royal National Theatre of Great Britain, Royal Opera House, English National Opera, the Banff Center, the Shaw Festival Theatre, the Harbourfront Center, and the National Film Board of Canada. He has also served as the Technical Director for Cultural Missions and Performances in various parts of Asia, Europe, and also that of North America. Mr. Marasigan has held various positions. Technical Director, he's also for one time, he was the Theater Operations Manager. At a certain time, he was the Associate Artistic Director for Performing Arts. One time, he was an Assistant Vice President for Marketing. That was the last time I saw him in CCP when we were first working in CCP. At the Cultural Center of the Philippines, he held those posts and served as an Executive Director of the Movie and Television Review and Classification Board, or MTRCB. He's also the Artistic Director of the CCP's resident theater company, Tanghalang Pilipino, President of the Philippine Legitimate Stage Artist Group, or the PhilStage, Secretary of the Philippine Association of Theater Designers and Technicians, or the PATDAT, and the Artist Welfare Project, Inc., which is the AWPI, and the interim vice president of the National Live Events Coalition of the Philippines. He has received numerous awards from Field Stage, Gawad Buhay, Outstanding Lighting Design, Outstanding Direction, the list goes on. With over 800 production credits in theater, film, and television, he is currently the head of the Theater Arts Program of Meridian International College of Business. As I mentioned earlier, he's the head of MINT when it comes to theater and film. And the advisor of the Tanghalang Filipino Actors Company and the Mapua Techno Theater, continuing to mentor young artists while finding time for his creative pursuits in the various media and performing arts. That was my dear friend and partner, Mr. Dennis Marasigan. Next one, Mr. Steve Banua Sanchez. Steve Sanchez's career in the entertainment industry has spanned over 15 years. His experience includes many years as a professional dancer at Walt Disney, a professional dancer at Walt Disney World, Orlando, numerous international tours, and producing a residency at the San Pedro Theater Club, Los Angeles. Steve has been recognized by the NCCA and has represented the Philippines in Beijing in 2019 with the MEV Dance Company. As an actor, Steve can be seen in Pirates of the Caribbean. Panoorin niyo ulit. Hahanapin na kita, Steve. Pirates of the Caribbean. At World's End. And in Disney's Bedtime Stories. Very well. Steve currently uses his storytelling expertise now, today, as a content and creation specialist with Viva Communications Incorporated, writing and consulting for streaming and other feature films. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Steve Banua Sanchez. Last but not least, the only female in the group. Oh no, there's another one. Sorry. In the line of music, another panelist will be with us today. Jose LG. I will ask you later kung bakit LG ang pangalan mo. Jose LG Fuentes, Mr. Jose LG Fuentes. He's the proprietor of LG Recording and Music Production Studio, an award-winning singer, songwriter, music producer, and the proprietor of the LG Recording and Music Production Studio. We will be hearing from Mr. Fuentes as well. That is Jose LG Fuentes, representing the industry of music. And of course, last but not the least, Miss Mirasol B. Cruz, a certified public accountant from the University of Santo Tomas, who has been working with the industry for over 25 years. My goodness, that's a lot of years. The executive director of the Film Philippines office under the Film Development Council of the Philippines, Miss Mirasol Cruz. We will hear you. We will come and see you and hear you later on. So those are, ladies and gentlemen, our speakers and panelists for today's discussion. And so moving forward, to give us an insight on the revitalizing theater, music, and film, creating sustainability, how we can sustain it, friends, help me welcome the Vice President and Artistic Director of the Cultural Center of the Philippines, the Festival Director of Cinemalaya Philippines Independent Film Festival, Mr. Chris B. Miliado.
Good afternoon from Manila, Philippines. I'm connecting from my workstation at home south of Manila, an hour away from my workplace at the Cultural Center of the Philippines, or CCP. Since the sporadic lockdowns have started March of 2020, I have been conducting most of my business from home and when protocols allow, from my office at the CCP. The government employed measures that saw the use of the police and the military to enforce curfew, physical distancing, and other protocols that made the lockdown not only the longest in Asia, but one of the harshest. Early in 2020, concerned about the rapid spread of COVID in the Asian region, The Cultural Center of the Philippines decided to cancel its largest multi-arts festival. The Pasinaya Open House Festival could have been a potential super spreader. The theater production Batang Mujahideen, a play about child soldiers in southern Philippines, was the last live theater production seen at the center. In other parts of Manila, many other performing arts companies aborted their own productions, some of them canceling right after opening night. Performing arts companies and artists often compare opening nights to giving birth after months of gestating, developing and rehearsing an idea until the production is finally ushered into the world. The painful experience of ending the creative process prematurely has become part of the trauma caused by this emergency. Curator Dr. Patrick Flores puts forward a definition of emergency. He points out that the term comes from the Latin emergere, meaning to bring to light and to arise, a moment of crisis, a delicate moment between survival and perdition. But it is also an opportunity to deliberate and decide what to do in a time suspended between life and death. During the several months of being locked up at our places of quarantine, we found ourselves reeling from the seemingly unstoppable and unpredictable ways of COVID-19. We cringed in the shadows of sleeplessness and woke to the horrible news of loved ones succumbing to the virus. How did the center and its arts managers respond to the emergency? The lockdown forced us to pause and reflect. We stepped back and allowed things to happen, patiently observed so that we could learn. We scanned and got a foothold on the changed landscape. We learned quickly and painfully that just like the rest of the country, we lacked the readiness to face the health crisis. The arts and culture sector faced massive loss of livelihood, especially among freelancers, talents, production and stage managers, designers, technicians who compose a great majority of the arts industry workforce. Together with the entertainment and tourism sector, the arts and culture industry was expected to be the last to recover. Glimmers of strength emerged from the artist sector during the early days of the lockdown. The artists immediately took to social media, giving information, calling out for help, organizing fundraisers. The robust network that artists previously built to sustain their organizations before COVID became the social scaffolding for the distribution of digital works during the lockdown. Early adapters to digital technology, the artists easily tapped into the country's phenomenal inclination for social media. Social media penetration in the Philippines stood at 67% in January 2020. Ownership of mobile connections reached 130%, meaning many Filipinos own more than one mobile service. This connectivity made possible the opportunity to mobilize the network for an artist-led response to COVID. Digital platforms replaced print and television in delivering information and creative content and broadened the reach to communities far from the physical centers. At the Cultural Center of the Philippines, 800 events were canceled. 3,000 artists and cultural production staff stood to lose their contracts. At least 800,000 audiences would be lost due to cancellation of shows. A projected loss of 90 million in sales revenue added to the loss of opportunity for numerous printers, caterers, carpenters, electricians, food vendors that would normally service these art events. The Cultural Center of the Philippines, being a government agency, absorbed budget cuts as part of the national emergency measures. Spaces at the culture complex that were being prepped for arts infrastructure were temporarily secured to become COVID quarantine facilities. The management zeroed in on what it considered was the most important call during this critical moment: to protect lives, and livelihoods while continuing to deliver educational and inspiring content to Filipinos. While the vision of making art matter to every Filipino continued to be the guiding star, the center needed to revisit its strategies given the radically changed environment. This prompted a migration of content to online platforms. The center dipped into the resource that had long remained stagnant in digital archives and curated selected titles for streaming. We determined 4 areas of priority: arts and culture online, live arts on lockdown, arts for therapy, and capacity building. We activated the migration of selected festivals and activities to the online platform. This move necessitated the redesign of the activities and the retooling of artists and production staff to deliver online production. The annual One-Act Play Festival, known as the Virgin Lab Fest, deployed artistic teams to recreate stagings of the new plays through Zoom. Stage directors learned how to mount and shoot scenes like film directors. Actors familiarized themselves with the use of computer camera software, ring lights, green screens, microphones. Production staff adapted their skills to manage rehearsals remotely. The virtual version was hailed as a breakthrough as it became the first theater festival in the Philippines that successfully migrated to the digital platform. The migration to online platforms fast-tracked the digital transformation of the institution. Digital marketing became an essential part of the learning curve as the team shifted its communication strategies to target specific demographics in social media platforms like Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. The Cinemalaya Philippine Independent Film Festival, a flagship project of the Cultural Center, showcases more than 80 freshly made and independently produced films. It has created new audiences to Philippine cinema both locally and abroad. The pandemic caused the cancellation of film production, leaving the festival with no full-length feature films to exhibit. Built on the reputation of being a multi-platform festival that included live screenings, gala premieres, workshops, exhibits, talkbacks, the festival organizers had to figure out ways of capturing the same kind of energy as a virtual festival. The festival pushed through with the screening of short feature films in a move that proved to be an effective match to the shorter attention span of the so-called digital natives. The paying audiences were to be found on Facebook and responded to easily accessible one-click links that immediately brought them to the pay site and content platform. On the other hand, the younger followers on Instagram and Twitter had to be coaxed to subscribe through memes, posts, and teasers that appealed to their sense of fun. The shift to the digital platform enabled unexpected collaborations. Playwrights worked with the graphic designers and film editors to translate the staging of one-act plays. Choreographers collaborated with independent filmmakers to create dance and video. Choral performers collaborated with sound technicians to create three-dimensional binaural recordings of vocal performances. The need to create an online presence for smaller regional companies stimulated the formation of cooperatives for digital assets management. The center collaborated with the National Live Events Coalition to come up with the protocol standards anticipating the return to public engagements and to lobby for legislation in support of artists during and after the pandemic. Armed with the calibrated processes, the productions gingerly ventured into the space of the so-called new normal. Productions had to contend with at least 30% increase in budgets that included the employment of dedicated health officers, the expense for entry and exit swab tests for all artists and production staff, quarantine accommodations, and a contingency budget to cover all other emergencies. Once the projects were implemented under the new condition, we recalibrated so we could begin again armed with the useful learnings. The digital version of the Encyclopedia of Philippine Art, which was supposed to be launched in 2021, had to be fast-tracked to respond to the needs of teachers seeking online resources for their remote classroom sessions. The artist trainers of the center collaborated with the curriculum developers of the Department of Education to come up with learning modules to be used for online teaching. Cope, calibrate, collaborate, confront, recalibrate, repeat. This, in a nutshell, illustrates the learning cycle that have been useful for the survival of our arts programs in the time of the great pandemic lockdown. I realized that most of these survival skills I learned from my theater training. During those critical moments, I recall the voice of my drama teacher side coaching us during improvisation class. Stay focused, keep to your point of concentration, stick to the objective, be in the moment, listen with your whole being, roll with the punches. Last September, as I stood with a small team of creatives to witness the sound and light show at the center's front lawn, and as the logo of the institution animated on the facade, I began to reflect on what that symbol meant to me. The logo of the Cultural Center of the Philippines is a composite of 3 letter Ks written in Baybayin or the ancient Tagalog script. The 3 Ks stand for katotohanan, the true, kabutihan, the good, and kagandahan, the beautiful, the values that guide the center's artistic endeavors. During the pandemic, these new meanings have emerged for me. Katotohanan is truth in art that exposes disinformation and combats historical revisionism. As much as we delight in the ease and access to information made possible by online technology, we should remain critically alert on how these platforms could be used to spread disinformation and weaponized to suppress truth. Kabutihan is goodness in art that channels empathy and promotes meaningful human connections. Connectivity in digital terms is defined as the capacity for interconnection of platforms, systems, and applications. But how can we make art circulate in the blood, sweat, and tears of our people? Participating in change by liking and posting emoticons makes us keyboard warriors. But how do we make these virtual gestures take root on the ground and grow them into a commitment for social change? Kagandahan is beauty in art that reflects the collective experience of our people, their small victories, their hopes, their struggles, their epic failures, their shining acts of kindness, their tragic acts of cruelty. As we slide into the safety and comfort of remoteness and isolation, it is easy to forget the vibrancy of our gatherings, the ritual of heading to places of performance, finding ourselves with kindred souls at the lobbies, settling into a collective hush as the lights go down, laughing and gasping with a room full of virtual strangers, bursting into applause at the end of the show, going home with the headiness of a fine performance, all these making us less estranged and more connected. This is a power of art as congregational experience.
sentrum ng kultura ng Pilipinas. Pinagbuyon at ipagmatinagin ang sentrum ng kultura ng Pilipinas. Ang sentrum ng kultura ng Pilipinas.
I believe that the return to powerful live interaction between artists and audiences is nearing. But for now, we cope by continuing to create meaning and reach out to each other using digital and hybrid platforms. Our physical buildings lie in wait, but in several spaces within it, and in the homes, the studios, the streets, the fields, and numerous spaces outside of it, the art continues.
The art continues, ladies and gentlemen. Chris Miliado.
Thank you for listening.
Okay, we continue. Thank you very much. That was, wow. Alam mo, Cultural Center of the Philippines has always been in my heart.
Oh, I didn't know that you were part of CCP.
Yeah, while we're at it, I'm 64 years old. So make your calculations, all right? I started, yeah, Mr. Dennis Marasigan, I can hear you. If you remember, there was a cafeteria at the Bulwagan Gantimpala at the basement.
Yeah.
My produced posters were there. Buhay.
Oh, okay.
And I was given...
Which posters did you do?
Buhay. No, I directed it and I produced it just before I finished college in 1980. So natatandaan ko pa. I was so proud that my poster was there. It's no longer there. We had plenty of good talks there. We had coffee there, and Bulwagan Gantipala has always been my playground when I was young.
You might want to know, during the 50th anniversary, we restored that poster wall.
Oh my God, it's still there. It's called Buhay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Miliago. Stay around because we will have a panel discussion and we would love to have you around. Okay. Thank you once again, Mr. Chris, for that knowledge, and to the participants for your actively participating in that segment. My take before we begin the panel discussion. Okay. Sandali lang to. Para lang, I would like to put everyone in one solid perspective. Ika nga, iisa lang ang pinag-uusapan natin. Bago natin pag-usapan ng lahat na ito, gusto kong ipikit muna natin sandali ang mga mata natin. Wag na, hindi na kailangan sa mga marunong naman mag-imagine. No? Pero tignan natin kung nasaan, where are we in the world of creative productions industry? In the kick-off session, and my good friend Dennis Marasigan was there, and I was part of the audience, I heard data, spelling data of the billions of dollars of the global creative industry revenue. The question is, nasaan tayong Pilipinas? Isipin nating mabuti. Nasaan tayo? This is just my personal opinion. You can message me in the chat box and prove me if I am wrong. But we fell short in so many ways. I don't think it is wrong. I think we have failed in many areas of our development. And again, failure is not wrong. What is wrong, I think, this is just my take, is when we realize that we were wrong, but we do not want to accept the fact that we were wrong. There is no cure for somebody who is not sick. There is no development for somebody who's already made. I love the Cebu Chamber of Commerce for spearheading this wonderful affair. The torchbearers, the President, Sir Felix, the Vice President, Michael Cubos, the acting mayor of Cebu, Mayor Rama, and my idol, Mr. Mario Panganiban, who spoke of excellence. He said in that kickoff, you know, the problem with Filipinos is we stayed mediocre. As me and Mr. Miliado were talking about my brief history as a performer in CCP, I had full of dreams. I always wanted theater to be like movies. I always wanted theater to be like, hey, let's go to theater. I'm not going to watch a movie today. I want to watch, a theater performance. And when I saw the producers, I was a young boy. I was 19 and 20. When I saw producers, I will no longer mention, encouraging students to buy tickets and forcibly asking them to buy it for an audience. The whole industry began, and the growing generation realized that theater was not merely an entertainment industry. It became a school necessity. I said, don't. No. Let's bring it and let's make it commercial. Bongbong at Chris. I remember that. Mr. Chris, you remember Bongbong at Chris. Dennis Marasigan, you remember Bongbong at Chris. That was the only play I know in my entire CCP during that time that has reached the newspapers and the people outside of the schools. I said, why did not we created commercial and perform for an audience rather than feeding our students and it's good because students needed that. But that was the past. Look at our film industry. In the 70s, I was glued to the tube. We were producing 200 films a year, minimum, if not 300 films a year. 70s, 60s, 70s, and 80s. And then what happened? We became greedy. Sorry to say. Let's no longer create a script. Let's just put out the breast and a naked woman. Excuse me, but let's just do bomba films. People would come. And we did come. We forgot about the values of creating good films. We became greedy. And what happened? The Filipino people are not dumb. Hindi naman tayo siguro walang edukasyon. So after seeing one or two flicks, I said, is there anything else that we can see? Why are producers producing ito? Bakit hindi tayo gumawa ng valuable films that we can all learn from and appreciate? Before we can develop, there came the Betamax, there came VHS, and before you know it, the whole film industry could no longer afford to rise above the ground. That is just my take. Theater and film, the same with the music industry. It's the same parallel. You know where I tell my wife and my children, you know where the Filipinos are good at? Boxing. But we are not good at boxing alone. I am a commercial director. I have been, and my friend Dennis Marasigan will understands. We have been teaching commercial directors for almost 10 years. And we have been very successful so far. I have directed commercials outside of Manila. I was one of the pioneers to shoot Vietnam, Cambodia, Thailand. They trusted me. Filipino. You go there, and then they will say, are you a Filipino? what is a Filipino doing shooting a commercial for Vietnam? I was proud of that because I was highly competitive. I never said that I knew everything. I said I need to learn more. What I did last time, my last performance, I have to be better. And only after stepping out of the country and working with the industries outside of the country that did I realize how short we are in working, in performance, in dedication. They have embraced technology, but we failed to embrace technology. In the advertising industry alone, I was told by people from the multinationals marketing, they said, Crispo Mojica, you and your advertising industry better put together your act because we are going global. That was the late 1980s. And I told my colleagues, let us prepare for globalization. Nah. We're good. Manila directors, production houses, we're very good. And true enough, what our competitors did, particularly Thailand, let us train. So they spent the whole 1 year during that time prior to the globalization of the advertising industry. They said, let's train. Hair shots. Set up. 10 minutes, too slow. Night shot. Set up. Hair. Hair stunts. And when the time came that they wanted to choose one country to represent most and to become the hub of the commercial productions industry, earning millions of dollars, we fell very, very short. Thailand got it because they understood the value of excellence. We have to realize that we are short. We need to do something about being short in performance, in excellence. This is where we should all focus our thoughts and our attention. I am Crispo Mojica, ladies and gentlemen, and that is my take for today's discussion. Let me introduce to you our first panelist. There you go. Let me see my codico here. Our first panelist for today's discussion, guys, our audiences, kindly put in your questions at the chat box. Okay, our first is, let me see. I believe this is artist in residence in theater.
Sorry, Chris.
Yeah.
Can I get a chance to react to what you just said?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Thank you for those insights, Chris. I just to sort of continue your perceptions, I also wanted to share a post by a very established actor, si Bobby Martino. He posted it on his Facebook, and to a certain degree, I think it also resonates with your frustration, as well as, I guess, also expresses some kind of hope and some kind of wish, right? So he posted, and I quote, it may have been 32 years since that world premiere night of Miss Saigon at the Drury Lane Theatre in London in 1989. The night we brought Filipino pride with Leia, Monique, Isay, Janine, Pinky, Junix, Kokoy, Robert, John, Michael, Leon, Miguel, Andy J, and me, referring to himself. And it would be, I think, this is my comment, it might be interesting to know that all these names were mentioned come from all over the Philippines, not just from Manila. As we wore our Filipino costumes to the grand opening night party together with the most distinguished Pinoy guests in the audience with so much pride, we, together with our most amazing British co-actors, were taking more than 15 curtain calls. We have a hit and we are in it. The Filipinos have made it to the international stage, and this show has never opened without a Filipino in the cast and mostly playing lead parts. To continue, lead parts. For 32 years, the world has recognized and invested in the talents of the Filipinos. Is it not about time that here in our homeland, we invest and nurture our own talents and our treasured Filipino theater that shaped us and made us at par with our international counterparts. The world celebrates the Filipinos, so let the world not only have Filipino talents, but the complete Filipino creatives in theater and performance and dance and costumes and original design for stage lighting and direction. We must support and create long-running shows and let theater be the cultivating force that celebrates our culture and national identity. I think that in a nutshell, in a very personal way, illustrates where we are at in terms of our performing arts industry. I think it is very well established that we do have talents which have possess international caliber in terms of talents, and they have been taking to the world stages. And not only in the performing arts, but also in film, for example. And I should mention here that quite recently, John Arcilia, who was trained at the CCP first, the theater actor, went on to win the Volpi Cup Prize in the Venice Film Festival as Best Actor, which is considered a highly coveted prize than the Oscar Awards. And to me, that is sort of in the same degree as winning an Olympic gold medal in the dimension of the arts. Also, in that post is a wish that somehow this time the government or the country could rise to the occasion of making the same opportunities to our highly talented performers the way they were met in the world stages. I think this tells us one thing. We might not have done everything correctly. No, there were definitely missed opportunities, but we did many things right. And I think a lot of these could be shown, exemplified in the number of artists and groups and companies that have emerged in the past few years. And I do not also subscribe to the idea that we are mediocre. Behind me is a 12-volume encyclopedia of Philippine arts, which documents the valuable traditions in the performing arts, music, theater, broadcasting, everything else in terms of content that Filipinos have developed in so many years. And it continues to grow. In fact, that's the reason why when we produce the online version, because we have to cope with the number of content and the number of artists that continue to emerge. In terms of breakthroughs, we've had breakthroughs in the past many years. We've had breakthroughs in film, especially independent film cinema. When our cinema was going down to the doldrums because of a lack of support 15 years ago, we kicked in with the Independent Film Festival. That practically brought up the industry from its bootstraps and reestablished the reputation of Filipino cinema in world cinema, as well as launched the careers of new directors in world cinema through the international festivals. And also, right before the lockdown, there was a surge, and I think Dennis could attest to this, being one of the leaders of PhilStage, a surge of professional and commercial productions that were long-running. In fact, Rock of Ages is now considered one of the longest-running shows in the Philippines, in the history of Philippine commercial theater. And what does that show? That we were getting now onto the stage of having sustainable theater productions, and I also mention the productions that came out of Resorts World, for example, of long-running musicals, and they found themselves reiterated again in the online productions during the lockdown. And this was there was a time when there were we could list at least like 8 major productions going on in different theaters, and people were buying tickets for it. And at the same time, there were numerous productions in other parts of the Philippines going on either in community theater and university theater. So there, I think we might also not want to beat ourselves black and blue and keep on blaming ourselves in terms of what we might have lacked or what we have done wrong, and also take stock of the things that we have achieved in the past few years. Yes. That's my take.
Well taken. And we thank you so much, Sir Chris, for being around and for being there at the CCP and taking care of all of that for us. Yes, I do agree. I did love each and every performances that we have done, and the share that we have provided our theater industry. And siguro nga sa dami ng segment ng ating creative industriya na to, theater is the only one that we can really say that even with halos sabi nga nila starving budget, we managed to excel.
Sir Chris, maybe we open the floor for Q&A. We have here Mr. Steve Sanchez. I think he would like to raise his question.
All right. Okay, we'll take Steve's question and then we'll move on to the first panelist. Is that okay?
Hi, good afternoon. Actually, Direct and Chris, I just wanted to respond to what you both were saying. I don't think anybody here this afternoon is doubting the fact that Filipinos are talented and creative. But I just wanted to raise a point, or maybe another perspective in regards to opportunities and representation. I've only lived in the Philippines since 2015. I have been a creative and I've been in the entertainment industry, but just before you brought up, there's world famous Filipinos, for example, Lea Solanga in Miss Saigon, Dante Basco. You may know him as a film actor, but he's one of the most prolific voice actors for animated cartoons. He just opened his first Filipino film. But the problem is, I think that there's been some sort of disconnect as far as opportunities that Filipinos have to be Filipino. Both of my parents are Filipino. I was born in the States, and I have international awards, but my foot in the door was as a Polynesian dancer. So the only way that I was able to break into the entertainment industry was masquerading as a Polynesian. I was able to be I was able to be in Pirates of the Caribbean, where I was one of Chow Yun-Fat's pirates, because that was the only role that was afforded to a Filipino, to pretend that I was a Chinese pirate. So are Filipinos talented? Yes. Are Filipinos creative? Yes, they are. But since I've moved to the Philippines, and I'll touch upon this later, I just want to make this brief. There's such a celebration of things that come from outside. People are excited to go see a Broadway play, because it comes from outside. But what opportunities do Filipinos have to play roles about themselves that look like themselves? On daytime television, you see talented musicians and singers singing the latest Lady Gaga Shallow or The Greatest Showman. But how many opportunities are there for original Filipino songs that become radio hits? Very few, because what's entertaining is what's universal. And so there's kind of this chicken and the egg, right? Because it is an industry where those with the resources, right, will invest on what they know will get the people and the eyeballs and the cash. And unfortunately, it's where do we find, you know what I mean? Like where do the creatives find their way? Because you can't just create something if you can't pay your bills. And the actors, they can't. Not all creatives have the resources or the support in order to make opportunities for themselves. So I just wanted to leave it at that. I don't want to go on and on, because I'm sure we could talk a lot about this. But hopefully with today's presentation, we can talk about what unique opportunities we have in Cebu, right? In order to create more opportunities for Cebuano creatives, in order to make something that's sustaining, right? Because there's so much talent in the Philippines, and I think that Cebu is an untapped resource for sure. So that's it. That's all I wanted to say.
Well said. Thank you very much, Steve.
Crystal, we
Go ahead.
have one additional question from Mr. Maxwell Espina.
Yeah, okay. We'll take that question and then we'll move on.
Okay.
Yeah, quick one.
If we have 12 volumes of our achievements, I wonder how many volumes Thailand and Korea have.
I can't answer that question. I can only say that these 12 volumes contain a lot of knowledge that's been gathered, and definitely history, perspectives, artworks, and a lot of like forms and types that I think one could be very proud of. And basically, as Steve said, maybe this is one of the things that we might want to check out, because it definitely gives you a very solid perspective of Philippine identity in arts and culture. And I encourage you to check it out. We have an online version.
I will certainly check that out. My students will certainly need that. Thank you very much. All right, moving forward. Okay, let me, without further ado, Mr. Alan Lazareno.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Yes. Okay. So yeah, hello from Hong Kong, and yeah, I'll talk about new opportunities in the theater industry in this post-pandemic world. Okay. Now, according to a post that a report released by the POEA, over 10 million Filipinos have worked and lived abroad, and I am one of those 10 million. And my journey as a global Filipino educator actually started 31 years ago when I left Cebu in 1990 to pursue a teaching career on Guam, USA. And since then, my career has given me over 3 decades of experience in teaching students in Cebu, on Guam, in London, and in Hong Kong. And while I may now have lived more than half of my life outside of the Philippines, I still feel that strong sense of pride in being a Cebuano, because, and I've seen this firsthand, the Cebuano talent and the Filipino talent is world class. Now, as a global Filipino educator teaching IB theater, International Baccalaureate Theater, I belong to a community of theater teachers who work alongside ISTA, or the International Schools Theater Association. Now, ISTA brings teachers, young people, and artists from different countries in the world to experience innovative ways of doing theater. New developments in how theater is being done in the world is always in the discussion table, and it allows me to keep updated with how theater is evolving. Now, on a personal note, I also try to keep myself updated with the latest innovations in theater by attending performances. So not only do I get to see shows whenever they visit here in Hong Kong, the professional productions, but my family and I regularly visit New York City and London to experience theater, and also for me to learn new ways of how to stage productions. Now, so my sharing today will focus on giving ideas on how theater is done in the world nowadays, in the hope that you, the Cebuanos, who are listening right now, could possibly explore them and perhaps, who knows, help you shine on the global stage. Nowadays, what I've observed as a significant development is how digital technology has transformed the way audiences view live theater. The wider acceptance and use of projections, of computer animations and CGI, digital mapping, and virtual reality have allowed digital artists to play a more important role in the theater industry. So skills and talents in digital design and video, which can be done remotely wherever you are in the world, you can do this, is now very much in demand. So let me talk about how digital video design has played a crucial role in the storytelling of many recent Broadway shows, such as Dear Evan Hansen, Mean Girls, Beetlejuice, and of course, Disney's Frozen. So here are 3 ways that examples of how digital technology is now being employed in professional theater. First one would be digital backdrops. Okay, digital backdrop. In the past, what used to be standard practice was to use painted scenery. But the problem with hard scenic backdrops is that they are bulky, they are static, they're labor intensive and quite expensive to produce. So projection had always been an alternative. However, old projectors used to require longer projection distances, and because of stage lights, the images produced were quite blurry, and they were not feasible alternatives to backdrops. Yet the development of LED walls and projectors with durable laser lights have made it feasible to project large-scale vivid images. Now, the use of projections and digital technology has become more widespread. So it's now more affordable for producers to operate and maintain. And also, digital projections can be animated. Therefore, the effect is really very vibrant. Scene changes and locations can be changed almost instantly. And since drops don't need to be raised or lowered to change the scenes, there is no need for fly space, which is a big problem in Cebu because very few facilities in Cebu actually have fly space. So let me just quickly share with you the portfolio of noted video designer from Broadway, Aaron Ryan. That's an LED wall. It can also be moving. So the animated backdrop can movement. It can suggest close, as seen here in this video. There. Aaron Ryan was also responsible for designing the Disney's California Adventure theme park production of Frozen.
Today we are in a tech rehearsal where we put every element of the show together. In Frozen we have a lot of video and projection elements to play with. We've got this giant LED wall back here, which I'm kind of in love with. We have video projections that can go on the portals that are surround on the set, and we're trying to really blend the video with the set pieces so it feels like a very cohesive world.
Also responsible for designing the video content production of here is a gentleman's guide to an LED backdrop. Here, this is the Disney Beauty and the Beast clip that I mentioned. If you take a look at it, the backdrop is very vibrant. Also, a lot of energy. And he can also project on the floor, creating a lot of texture. Sometimes you can see how it's very energetic. It can also done on the grid. I think this you see, and then to jump onto the tower, it was all done done physically can now be incorporating projections. The second one is projection digital mapping. And digital mapping, it turns irregularly shaped objects into surfaces for projection. So projections can now bleed through the physical set. For example, here in this photo of Beetlejuice, the set used projections also, and also on proscenium arches. I will now give you a sneak peek into the process behind projection mapping.
My name is Finros and I am the video designer for Frozen, so I'm responsible for all the video content that is used as part of the scenery and projected onto the scenery in the show. I think one of the first considerations was not to copy the movie, but to be inspired by it and let it lead. The sort of world of Disney magic, which, you know, I think is that sort of elusive thing that you can't quite put your finger on, but you know it when you find it, that you have to find for yourself. I think the integration of video into scenery is an interesting one on Frozen, because if you sort of look at the bare stage yourself, you don't maybe not think there's any video in there, but actually almost every physical element on the stage has some kind of video built into it, be it small little pinpricks of light or huge video walls behind semi-transparent flocked and painted pieces of scenery that look like stone, but then when you switch the video walls on behind them, they sort of transform into something different. So it was really nice to be able to kind of do something like that on a massive scale. Elsa's magic in the stage show is created partially by the man who designed it for the film, but it's actually all hand-drawn cell animation. It's sort of like a hybrid of old technology and new technology that creates her sort of, I guess, the expression of her magic, and represents, I think, to us, her finding kind of control of her power. For this is the first time she can use it to create beauty as opposed to danger and destruction. And, it releases her and gives her joy.
Did you know that a bespoke video screen animates the entire back wall of the stage? It weighs 3 tons and contains over 4.7 million LEDs.
Another new technology that's being employed in the theater is live performance motion capture. In the 2016 production of Shakespeare's The Tempest, the Royal Shakespeare Company, in collaboration with Intel, had a digital avatar of an actor that was rendered live and in real time. The actor was, it's very theatrical because the actor was wearing a motion capture suit as part of his costume, and then his avatar was projected on stage, allowing the character to morph and fly. So let's take a quick look.
Come, all hail, great master, brave sir, hail. I come to thy best pleasure, be it to fly, to swim, to dive into the fire, to ride on the curled clouds, to thy strong bidding, task, Ariel, and all his qualities.
Hast thou, spirit, performed to point the tempest that I bade thee?
To every article. I boarded the king's ship,
Down the
now on the beak, now in the waist, the deck, in every cabin, I flamed amazement. Sometime I divide and burn in many places. On the topmast, the yards and bowsprits would I flame distinctly, then meet and
let me now move into thespians. So the pandemic has forced actors to explore digital potential that many have actually resisted in the past. Now, what resourceful actors and producers have done is to incorporate video, gaming, and virtual interaction into hybrid forms of theater that has the potential of being sustainable post-pandemic. Here are some examples of creative solutions on post-pandemic theater. So this is to give you, the thespians, some ideas on how to explore theater. Although some of them were already explored and explained by Chris earlier, let me just give you some more ideas. We can do film intimate productions. Film intimate productions, we're talking about 1 to 3 actors. They can be filmed in a socially distanced setting. Here is Tony Award-winning actor Jefferson Mays performing a one-man show of Charles Dickens' A Christmas Carol. He only had an LED set, and then he did this. He was filmed in an empty theater.
There, but a touch of my hand, there, and you shall yet held in more than this.
As the words were spoken, they passed through the wall.
Another option would be to do interactive collaborative work. Now, interactive theater is where the audience can contribute to the show. Here are some excerpts from Ratatouille the musical that was featured on TikTok, where songwriters, designers, and performers contributed to making a full.
So, long story short, a group of people on TikTok are making a Ratatouille musical, and they said that they needed songwriters.
In the kitchen, yes, ma'am. You can't just flail your arms around. Right.
Anyone can cook. Anyone can cook. All you have to do is look inside yourself.
The rat of all my dreams, I'll praise you.
Remy is the rat of all our dreams. In Ratatouille, the musical, a Broadway spectacular you won't want to miss.
Another option would be to remotely film productions, your production. The Irish Repertory Theatre of New York created this, produced this musical, Meet Me in St. Louis. It's a grand musical with many cast members, but what they did was they filmed each actor remotely with the director working from a different location. Now, each cast member received not only their script, but their costumes, their props, and a green screen, and they were filmed individually, first rehearsed on Zoom and in FaceTime, and then they also worked with the music. For the music, the orchestra recorded in a socially distanced environment, wearing masks, and then the recording was sent to the actors, and then everything was stitched digitally. Here's a sample. Another option would be to write material specifically for Zoom. Playwright Natalie Margolin wrote a play featuring 3 college girls 3 years into the pandemic. And the premiere production actually starred Broadway stars like Ashley Park, Beanie Feldstein, and Ben Platt. So possibly that could be explored when you'll write specifically for Zoom. The last innovative recommendation that was, or a form of theater that's being done is using AI gaming technology. The New York Theater Workshop used the gaming platform of The Sims 4 to produce a version of Anton Chekhov's The Seagull. So here.
And then Celine ultimately said, I know how Constantine's going to die. And I didn't know what that was until we started watching, and she filled the space with these special seagull mods, and watching him slowly go crazy at his computer while these birds appeared and disappeared and appeared and disappeared.
Now, here in Hong Kong, community theater productions have actually been allowed to return. Although we do not have professional theater companies visiting the territory, the government has already approved theater performances, but strict protocols are in place to ensure the safety of the performers and of the audience. So what has been done? Okay, because last summer, my production of We Will Rock You, as you can see in the photos here, were being done. And I'd like to share with you some things that have been done. Aside from wearing masks, it's mandatory to wear masks to enter the theater. What we do now is to have a proof of vaccination or negative test results 3 days before entering the facility. So all our performers who we were allowed to perform without masks on. Some groups also still perform with masks, but our production was able to get approval of performance without masks. Everyone, including the audience, will have to log on into the Leave Home Safe app as soon as they enter the facility. That is for contact tracing purposes. We do socially distanced seating in groups of 3 or 4, and then 6 feet away from the edge of the stage. There is no more meet and greet or taking of photos after the show. We take the cast out to the lobby, which is a bigger space. And yeah, it's very, very limited, and everything has to be done in masks. And of course, tickets are now being sold online. It's online ticketing, cashless payments, and then they print their tickets at home with a barcode, and that barcode is just being scanned when they enter the show, the theater. So what should designers and thespians consider doing if they want to pursue creative opportunities post-pandemic? So here are my recommendations. For digital video designers, the most important thing that you need to remember is that for theater, all designs are considered essential elements in the storytelling. Everything that the audience sees should serve the bigger picture. So successful theatrical video designing does not incite a reaction for the audience to react. It is always part of the story. Another recommendation that I would have would be so that digital designers partner with local theater groups. There are many local theater groups in Cebu. These digital designers should contact these theater groups so that they can explore socially distanced theater, because socially distanced theater requires the digital element. And also digital designers will have a better understanding of designing for the theater, what that entails. lastly, thespians should consider more training in physical theater, because physical theater is what is required in doing motion capture technology such as gaming and digital animation. So yeah. Now, I'd like to reiterate what I mentioned earlier in my belief that the Filipino talent is world-class. This has been the guiding mission of the theater company that I founded a few years ago, Broadway Youth Cebu. Broadway Youth Cebu has offered young Cebuanos, teenagers, with a truly global experience. Our productions of Miss Saigon and Les Miserables featured an all Cebuano teen cast who worked with these guest artists. We had a scenic designer and a makeup designer from Hong Kong. We had a costume designer from New York City, an artistic consultant from Berlin who was also part of Miss Saigon and Les Miserables herself, and then a lighting designer from Manila were brought into Cebu to work with our young teenagers. Additionally, even before the pandemic, BYC was already doing virtual training. That's why we have trainers from all around the world. We had sessions with our trainers from Canada, from Amsterdam, from New Zealand, from New York, from Guam. So yeah, and then not only that, when I do productions here in Hong Kong, I make sure that a Cebuano artist is featured. And here are some of the Cebuano artists that have been featured in some of my Hong Kong productions, in costume construction, in choreography, in playwriting, and in lighting and sound. They have been brought to Hong Kong to help me with my productions, in line with my mission of showcasing the world-class talent of the Cebuano. Now, our Cebuano thespians and digital designers have innate talent. I am sure of that. But what is missing is that they need to be provided with more exposure and training to innovative theater techniques. Also resources, of course. Now, by aligning with the theater trends in the world, I am confident that Filipino talent, especially Cebuano, will shine in the global market. So to all the Cebuano thespians and digital artists, believe in your talent, believe that you can find success in the global stage, and believe that your talent is world-class. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. That was mind-blowing. Just to, you know, I know theater and I know the background. I know digital background. But hey, this is just, you know, the pandemic has given us opportunity to rise, not just to rise and survive, but also to innovate. I'm talking to Mr. Dennis Marasigan. I will be calling you in a short while, but look at the opportunity. Mr. Chris said earlier that he is now doing online theater. Alan, with his wonderful presentation, has given us a hindsight of the opportunities. Like this filmmaker, this next speaker of ours today, you and I could do something about this. I can almost imagine what I want to do as a filmmaker shooting a theatrical production. Wonderful. Yeah. Wonderful.
Yeah, actually, Chris, just quickly. Yeah, I was looking for digital artists when I did We Will Rock You last summer. Unfortunately, I couldn't find anyone. When I even asked Lawrence Panganiban, yeah, Law, help me find a digital artist. Maybe through this presentation, I'm hoping that more digital artists can be easier to contact, because I'm looking for talent that I can feature, the next Cebuano talent that I want to feature here in Hong Kong.
Very good. You know, on October 8th, I included myself in the roster of the schools to teach and train. Education is really very important part in the integration of all this, the development of the creative industry. We need to embrace technology.
Correct.
We need to embrace technology. You know, I have seen just the other day, guys, just an aside, just the other day, I went to a webinar of this new streaming hardware, and guess and behold, there was a young Chinese woman who can barely speak Chinese talking about technology that I never even deciphered in my entire career as a production person. There's just so much in technology that we need to learn. And then if you want to add color into the spectrum of all the opportunities that we can have in the creative industry, technology sector, the one that runs Jovit, the one that's running our Zoom now, the digital artist, these are all opportunities that we have never thought exist. Thank you very much, Sir Alan Nazareno. If there are any direct questions for Alan, you may want to proceed and let me know now.
Chris, just a point of notice though, yeah, because people think that when you do digital theater, it's film. No, film is different. Yeah, theater in the virtual world should be treated differently from film, huh?
I understand. I'm talking about the opportunity for theater to be exhibited in the streaming platform, especially nowadays. Yeah.
Okay.
I know the third wall. You could never replace a third wall, right? I mean, it's just magic, but you can come very close to that magic.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, thank you,
Alan. Bewildering, mind-blowing. Thank you very much. All right, our next speaker is a theater arts program head, Mint International College, member of the lead team on the Creative Industries Philippines, a filmmaker, performer, you name it, Dennis N. Marasigan. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much to my dear friend Chris Pomojica, not only for the introduction this afternoon, but more importantly for introducing me to the wonderful people behind the Cebu International Film Festival, many of whom have become my friends through the years, particularly Pichi Fahatin, Lilo Alino, and Mel Aliego. I am very glad and very happy to be here as part of this year's Cebu Creative Entertainment Week.
In progress.
I have been asked to talk about revitalizing theater, creating sustainability, and in particular to talk about the current state of theater in the country, new opportunities for thespians, and how to revitalize the Cebuano theater industry. First, let me talk about theater in the Philippines pre-pandemic. It is safe to say that theater in the Philippines was thriving nationwide before the pandemic. And this is due to the presence of many professional theater companies that were regularly producing seasons of plays, both in English and Filipino, or in both straight plays and musical plays. Although many of these professional theater companies are based in the National Capital Region. But there are also thriving semi-professional theater companies that were producing regular seasons of plays in places such as Bulacan, Lipa, and even in Mindanao through the Integrated Performing Arts Guild in Iligan City. And there are many smaller theater companies that can be considered as semi-professional, but not regularly producing, but would occasionally produce productions for the community in particular. And then there are the thousands of university and college-based theater groups that are producing regularly stage productions, sometimes in combination with their theater programs, or if they don't have theater programs, because they have regular theater productions by their resident theater companies. And then there are community and sector-based theater groups that also produce productions. This may include even religious-based companies, or those that cater to particular sectors in the community, like there might be worker theater groups or farming theater groups. And even those that are children, intended for children in various parts of the country. And of course, what happened because of the pandemic, the effects of the lockdown from the pandemic have been very catastrophic. There have been no productions with a live audience since March 2020. And according to the estimate of PhilStage, the country's leading professional theater organizations, under which there are 16 performing arts groups, which are all professional and doing productions regularly before the pandemic, the estimated revenue loss for these companies alone in 2020 amounted to almost $500 million pesos. And 90% of the workforce that would regularly be utilized for these productions lost jobs during the last year alone in 2020. And we can only estimate what the effects are for this current year that we are still experiencing. However, one thing that history has taught us is that theater has survived through the centuries. Whatever may have happened to humanity, theater has always thrived. There has been some kind of theater that have been existing in mankind, beginning with the cave drawings that are discovered to have existed in what we now call the prehistoric times, through the time of the Greeks more than 2,000 years ago, and in spite of the Black Plague that devastated Europe in the Middle Ages, and even the last pandemic that happened to us 100 years ago, theater has been able to subsist and to survive. So we can take, I suppose, a breath of fresh air from knowing that while the pandemic and the virus might be something we have to live with, then theater will continue. And how has theater survived during the last couple of years? Well, adaptation. Theater companies have had to adapt to survive, and there have been two major forms of adaptation that have been done by the theater companies, despite their inability to have live stage performances in front of a live audience. First is online streaming of existing recordings of their performances. Some theater companies have had recordings made, video recordings of their more recent productions. And what they have done is to stream them mostly for free at first to audiences all over the world through such platforms as Facebook Live and also through YouTube. Among these companies have been Tanghalang Pilipino, PETA, Repertory Philippines, even university theater companies like Dulaang UP, and even Tanghalang Ateneo. One of the groups that did this is the Full House Theater Company based at the Newport Performing Arts Theater in Resorts World. And what they did was to stream their production of Ang Huling El Bimbo, which is a musical based on the song, the popular song, as well as other songs performed by the group that created the song. Now, the recording that they actually streamed is not even something that was originally intended for broadcast. The recording that they used was a regular recording that they normally take during a performance. Because if you have been to the Resorts World venue, there are two big screens on both sides of the stage, and they normally beam the live performance on these screens. And of course, they needed cameras for that, and they have recordings of such performances. And in May 2020, when they streamed for 48 hours the production of Ang Huling El Bimbo, there were approximately an estimated 7 million views that were accumulated for the performance. Contrast this with the capacity of the venue, the Newport Performing Arts Theater, which is about 2,000 seats. And even if you had 100 performances that had happened in the 2 years that the play was running, that would amount to only about 200,000 people. And compare that to the 7 million people that viewed the stream online during the 48-hour period that the stream was available. Because of the success of that production, then the production company also decided to put the production up again for a pay-per-view basis. Obviously, the number of people who watch was much less, but it afforded them the experience of being able to determine whether streaming performances to a paid audience was actually feasible. The other group that did the pay-per-view that I should mention is just recently the theater company called Company of Actors in Streamline Theater, or CAST, performed a two-person play called Lemons, 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 Lemons. The difference is that they actually filmed the performance of the two actors interacting in one space, and then the film version or the film performance was the one that was streamed. And this leads me to the second adaptation that had been done by many production companies during the last 2 years, which is to actually pivot to the new normal by embracing the limitation imposed by the ban on live audiences. And what these production companies have done is to do new productions that are intended for streaming. And Tanghalang Pilipino, which had streamed their previous performance through a program they called Pansamang Tanghalan, did a series of short plays intended really for the online platform. So they did a Lolo Doc series, which tackled a couple of doctors that are coping also with the pandemic. And the production that they did was streamed for performances for audiences. One of the first productions and actually a theater festival that went online was the Virgin Lab Fest 2020. Originally, the Virgin Lab Fest, which had been going on for 15 years before 2020, did their live performances at the venues at the Cultural Center of the Philippines. When the pandemic and the lockdown struck last year, the festival decided to do all performances for an online audience. So what they did was they actually performed all the plays live and then streamed it. And you may ask, how did they perform them live? So in many instances, the actors were in different locations with a camera focusing on them. It might be a phone camera, an SLR, or a video camera. And then they were pieced together live and then streamed to a live audience. And then afterwards, the recording remained on the Vimeo platform, which was what they used, for a couple of weeks or I think 3 weeks for the duration of the festival, so that people can access them on with a ticket, which they paid for. And having a ticket, then you can watch the performances for the Virgin Lab Fest. I'd like to mention that there was one play where the production cast an actual couple to play the characters. And so the couple actually performed the play together in their own bedroom, and they were in one room, and the camera just captured their performances. As I mentioned earlier, Tanghalang Pilipino did a series called the Lolo Doc series. On the picture that you might see on your screen, Nora Honor played Lola Doc, Nadine Josef played Lolo Doc, and then the third play of the series, Ang Dalawang Junior, actually was performed by the two actors together. And this is an example of how the playwright and the production embraced the limitation. The play consisted of the characters talking to each other through their video cameras, their phone cameras. And so in effect, the online performance took the form of you, the audience, seeing both actors as they seemingly talk to each other. It was a short play. It's about 15 minutes. So this is an example of the adaptation that had been made. When things became looser, and I mean that in the sense that some amount of taping and shooting was allowed, there was a performance, a production that was produced by the Cultural Center of the Philippines, where actors were brought together in a theater, and then they produced and performed a tribute to Jose Corazon de Jesus, which consisted of songs and poems of Jose Corazon de Jesus. I'm going to share with you the teaser. Let me mention that the teaser did not contain all the video effects that were added afterwards and were seen in the actual production. So you will see some of the actors with their black background or a neutral background behind them. So, what are the opportunities for the Cebuano theater industry? And these are also the opportunities that are actually available for the theater industry in the Philippines as a whole. And I'm going to be talking about this in relation to both what's happening to us up to now, the pandemic, and also beyond. And I would say that there are 4 areas that offer opportunities for everybody. The first is the area of content creation. I think the pandemic has taught us that the arts are important, entertainment is important. For how would we have survived the pandemic if not for watching things online? Anything from films to television specials and series to streamed theater performances to TikTok performances, for that matter. So, creation of content is going to be something that we still need to keep doing, both for the possibilities that are still being offered to us in spite of the pandemic by the platforms that are available to us, and also for the eventual opening of performances with live audiences in the future. It is already happening in some parts of the world, in other parts of the world, and it will soon happen to the Philippines. Maybe not as soon as we want, but it will happen. History has taught us that it will happen. And when that happens, there will be need for content that needs to be shared with audiences. The second opportunity is experimentation. As I've said, in the last couple of years, various theater companies have adapted to and embraced the possibilities that are offered to us by the medium that we are now, even right now, taking part in, using the online platform. And there are now various platforms that are available, and there are now various technologies that are available that can be experimented on. And these are things that theater companies and thespians and directors and writers can work on. Third is that we still need to continue training and education. Training in new technologies, training in terms of being better artists, being better thespians, being better directors, and continuing the education not only for those who are performers and production personnel, but also for the audience. They need to have education in the arts. One of the best predictors, it is said, of whether a person is going to participate in arts activities, including as audiences, is whether they were educated or they had education in the arts in their early years. For how can you expect people to participate in arts activities, even as audiences, if they do not think that is important in their lives, and simply because they did not have any opportunity to participate in any kind of art activity, particularly theater? I have met many people who say, oh, I don't like theater. And when you say they don't like theater, it is because they have a very limited view because of the limited experiences that they have. They don't realize that theater is actually all around them and that they participate in theater activities without their knowing it. For example, the Sinulog Festival in Cebu is theater. It is a reenactment of events that had happened centuries ago. So it is a form of theater, but people don't think that immediately that festivals are actually a form of theater. And so we need to educate people, more people, to realize that theater is not only something that you see in a building where you have a proscenium arch and that the audiences are in the dark and then the performers are on stage. If we are able to do that, then we actually go to the fourth, which is to build audiences for the theater, whether it is using the current platform or building them for the eventual opening again of the theater. I wish to add that there is a significant development that's happening right now in terms of policy and legislation, and it is the move towards the creation of a Philippine Creative Industry Development Council. I know that many of you are participating in the Cebu Creative Entertainment Week are aware that the UNESCO has declared the year 2021 as the year of creative industry for sustainability. And it is the perfect time to push for the legislation that will create a centralized Philippine Creative Industry Development Council that will harness the possibilities of the, as of now, 54 creative industry sectors, ranging from not only the performing arts, music, dance, theater, but also design, architecture, animation, gastronomy, and many other areas where intellectual property is the beginning of industry. And right now, the bill is already in the approved in the House of Representatives, just passed the third reading. Right now, in the Senate, it is expected to be reported out for second reading into the Senate in November, and hopefully before the end of the current session of Congress, before the elections next year, we will have a Creative Industry Development Council, which provides many other opportunities for the creative industries, including theater and the performing arts. So thank you again for the opportunity to speak in this year's Creative Industry Development Congress. And I hope that I have been able to spur awareness and interest and excitement, hopefully, for those involved in theater in Cebu.
Dennis Marasigan, maraming salamat for providing us with these inputs. May pag-asa pa tayo, theater guys. Since time immemorial, theater has always survived. And thank you for the input on the government support. Sana pumasa na sa Kongreso. Kailangan na natin to, Sir Dennis Marasigan. Maraming salamat. If there are any questions directed for Mr. Dennis Marasigan before I go on to our next speaker, kindly let me know. If there are none, you can save it for later. Just put it on the chat box. I would like to introduce to you our next speaker. Thank you very much, Dennis. Our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, content and creation specialist, Viva Communications. Ladies and gentlemen, Steve Banua Sanchez. Take it away.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for having me. I prepared a little bit of a very short slide presentation. Again, my name is Steve Sanchez. I am a content and creation specialist for Viva, Viva Communications Inc., which is Viva Films. So far this afternoon, we've learned about creation in the arts, primarily in theater, and how theater has adapted to the current pandemic situation. We touched upon briefly in the introduction about how due to the lockdown, we've all been glued to our streaming contents. So that's kind of the area of focus that I wanted to start with. So here's my presentation on streaming content production in the Philippines. Very good. So, very good. How are Filipinos consuming their content? Let's take a look at the next slide. Especially now during pandemic, we're consuming our entertainment and spending our days with alternative forms of media or entertainment, not just going to theaters since we can't anymore, not just cable or antenna TV, but we're actually streaming through the internet. So what platforms are there available? Well, here in the Philippines, we have the big time, the Western international streaming platforms that I'm sure many of you are familiar with. We have Netflix, we have HBO Go, there's Apple TV, Hulu, Amazon Prime, Disney Plus. As far as the streaming platforms that are big in Asia, there's iFlix, there's iQIYI or IQIYE, and there's View. Locally, there are two big streaming platforms, and that is Viva Max and there's I Want TFC. Before I move on, let's just kind of cover what some of these terms in jargon kind of mean, all right? So what is streaming? Streaming is the delivery method of digital content rather than the content itself. So what does that mean? So before streaming in the past 5 years got really big, we were consuming our media by going to the theater, by watching TV. We owned the content, meaning to say we owned laser discs, Blu-rays, DVDs, Betamax, VHS. But nowadays, we stream our content. We see it on our phones, we see it on our TVs, through our computers, and we can literally consume content wherever we are. Which brings us to the next term, content. So content in this presentation particularly will talk about films or shows that are produced and consumed commercially, right? The types of content there are feature films. Feature films are long form. They're typically around 90 minutes or longer, or there's series or serial. Those are episodic content. Those can be either released weekly or they can be dropped all at once for binge watching. And I'm sure many of us here this afternoon are guilty of binge watching an entire series in one sitting. Most recently, I binge watched Netflix Midnight Mass. That's the last series that I consumed. Very good. So that brings us to the question. Here in the Philippines, what studios are producing content for streaming right now? This event, this Cebu Creative event that we're all participating in right now, and also in the Philippines, it begs the question, okay, Filipinos are consuming content. We're consuming it, we're subscribing, we're watching, but where is it coming from locally, right? Those are the questions I want to answer or kind of touch upon. Very good. So the first studio that I'll bring up is Globe Studios. So Globe Studios is a Philippine entertainment production company. It's owned by Globe Telecom. It focuses on co-producing films for TV, online, but also they produced when the theaters were open for movie theaters. The next slide, GMA. All right, so GMA7 collaborates with the streaming service IQIYE. I think it's pronounced Iquiyi. I'm not quite sure, but it's an international catch-up platform. So that being said, GMA, they've been around forever. They produce series and films, but with GMA, they collaborate with the app and consumers can watch shows through the app that GMA has produced. So it's just another opportunity or another platform for GMA to get their content out there for viewers to consume. Very good. The next studio would be owned by ABS. So ABS-CBN owns Star Cinema. iWant TFC is the merged service of iWant and TFC Online. So it's a content platform that's owned and operated by ABS-CBN. ABS-CBN has their cable channels, their free TV, and they were huge. Star Cinema was huge for decades as far as producing films for the movie theaters. But especially since theaters are closed, they're now producing content that can be viewed exclusively on their app through their streaming platform. Finally, we have Viva Max, which is through Viva Films. So Viva Films is a Philippine film production company that's under Viva Entertainment. It was founded in 1981 by Vic Del Rosario Jr. Viva Max is Viva's subscription video on-demand streaming service. It's aimed to be like the Netflix of the Philippines. We just announced on a press conference a couple of weeks ago that we have invested 1 billion pesos in streaming content for 2022 alone. We've committed already to our production schedule, 52 feature-length films and over 52 hours of streaming serial content or series specifically for the Viva Max platform. So that's a lot, and that's a lot for one streaming platform for original content. Finally, let's talk about co-production versus in-house. I've touched upon the studios that are producing content, but only Viva and Star Cinema are producing specifically in-house, meaning to say they're using their own resources, their own talents to produce films and series that's going to be broadcast specifically for their apps. For context, we can look at Disney Plus. Disney Plus has Disney exclusive series and shows that they only show on the Disney Plus app. Same thing with Netflix. There's Netflix originals that are produced with Netflix's money and resources that are only available through Netflix. Same thing with Apple Plus and Disney Plus and so on and so forth. But besides studios producing in-house for their platform, other studios or smaller studios can co-produce and have their content streamed on other platforms. That's how we see, for example, Globe Studios getting, I think it's Trece, it was on Netflix. There was Dead Kids, which was produced and went on to Netflix and so on and so forth. So what is co-production? Co-production is a joint venture between two or more different production companies. There are some benefits to co-production. For example, two different production companies can pool their financial resources. Co-production happens even in the United States. For example, you have access to the partner government's incentives and subsidies. Everybody thinks of Hollywood, California as like the heart of entertainment, but very little content is actually filmed in LA. There's a lot of tax breaks and incentives for production houses to film out of Georgia. I don't know if any of you watched The Walking Dead, but that was filmed in Georgia because it was much cheaper and it was more business savvy to produce in Georgia instead of producing in California. That's why you see a lot of film studios producing out of Canada, and that's why a lot of outside international studios are coming to the Philippines to produce. For example, last year out of Cebu, I know that there was I think it was through ABC, there was Almost Paradise, which is a TV show that was filmed and co-produced in Cebu. Besides that, you have access to a particular project initiated by the partner. So that's before Disney owned Marvel. Disney co-produced the Marvel's cinematic universe with using Marvel's properties or intellectual properties. Before Disney owned Pixar, Disney co-produced with Pixar in order to produce Toy Story, in order to produce A Bug's Life, and so on and so forth. And lastly, access to a desired location or cheaper inputs. Just speaking about what Viva's doing, when we went into lockdown last year and still into this year, there's a lot of restrictions that happen regards to production and filming. So a lot of the productions that would get greenlit or we would modify to was we would go to low COVID areas, like for example, Baguio, or we would go to like somewhere in the province. So that's kind of where we are at as far as the film and TV industry in the current pandemic situation. Theaters are closed. So just like with live theater, studios have to find a way in order to get people to consume their content. And not only are people consuming their content through streaming, but we have to find new ways to produce the content that people are consuming in this industry. Very good. And that's kind of where we're at as far as streaming content production in the Philippines. I'm hoping that after Cebu Creatives Week, there's some push in order to create more opportunities to create films and TV series out of Cebu. Maybe once we open into the open forum, we can kind of talk about how, whereas there's a lot of really talented and creative individuals in Cebu, unfortunately, there's such an exodus. Everybody has to go to Manila if they want to write and produce for TV. And not only that, but they have to be able to write and produce in Tagalog or English. If we're talking about creatives that are in the live performing industry, we lose a lot of talent because they're going to perform on cruise ships or Disneyland Hong Kong or Disney World Tokyo or Disney World USA. So hopefully, now that there is this focus on enriching and creating opportunities in Cebu, we can actually create an environment that's more sustaining instead of having to lose all of our talent outside. Very good. Thank you.
There you go. Sir Steve Sanchez of Viva Communications. Thank you very much for those information. Okay, I just binge watching. I like that. That's me. Normally, I would do that around 11 o'clock, just before I hit the bed. Yes, I do that. And very nice. I watch the same thing. You guys should actually watch it. I'm advertising it. Okay, Midnight Mass is really good. Huh?
Actually, it's funny because I've been with Viva for a couple of years, and this was before pandemic. And when Viva asked me to join, their company, I had written 2 TV shows for streaming. One of them, Netflix had expressed interest in it, and the other one was picked up by Globe Studios to produce, to co-produce for Hook. And it was actually a streaming supernatural series, but I based it on Dumaguete. And in these talks with, unfortunately, Hook went bankrupt, and so now Viva's looking into producing that series. But when Sir Vincent from Viva was talking to me, I was still living in Cebu at the time, but he was asking me about what type of environment there was to produce in the Visayas. The reason why so much is produced in Manila is because that's where the studios are. That's where a lot of the resources are. But before pandemic, there was quite a big interest to start producing content out of the Visayas, not just because of the creativity that's there, but because the cost is lower, so it makes more business sense. And also, the Vismin region is such an untapped market. 28% of Filipinos speak Filipino fluently. 26% speak Bisaya fluently. But all of the mainstream media that comes out of the Philippines is only in Tagalog. So when I lived in Cebu, so many, there was such an affinity for locally produced content, but there's very little Bisaya content. So I'm hoping that we have this downtime of the pandemic to really push the stories that are relatable, because we talked about in the previous presentation that people won't appreciate theater if they're not exposed to it at an early age, and people can't appreciate Bisaya filmmaking or Bisaya TV shows if they've never seen it, right? So it's kind of that chicken or the egg situation. How will people know that Cebuanos can produce good content if all of the Cebuano creators have to leave to produce Tagalog content or to produce for Disney or to produce everywhere else? The initiative has to start here.
Okay, and the initiative will begin right after this panel discussion. I can promise you that. What I cannot promise you is what Mr. Vince Del Rosario is talking about earlier that you said, because content could be produced a little cheaper, maybe just a little cheaper, because I have been trying to convince the creative industry in not only in Cebu, but elsewhere outside of Manila to be very competitive, It's a balancing act. Tell Mr. Vince Del Rosario that this is a fact, and I'm sure he knows this, Steve. It's a balancing act between creativity and business. If you want content coming from Cebu, you will have to pay. You will have to pay because the industry has to go on and it has to survive, all right? And I think that's one of the topics that we will discuss during the government and the schools discussion on October 8th. You should be there, Mr. Sanchez. You should watch us because I will be telling everybody that you should compete with Manila. No one should say that let's go to Cebu because it's cheaper to produce in Cebu, because that is where we failed again, considering that, even us who lives in Cebu, for example, would say, well, you're not from Manila. Why would we pay that amount here? You're only from Cebu. We will change all of that. Mr. Panganiban, that is my 1 cent word. For us to be able to survive as an industry, we need to compete and we need to charge accordingly. But we have to train and we have to go for excellence. Mr. Steve Sanchez, that was very good. I like your tax incentives. later on, when we have Ms. Marisol Cruz, we'll ask her about this tax incentive concept. If she's an accountant, she should know. But for now, let's go to music. Thank you very much, Steve. Let's go to music. Our panelists, okay? Our musical panelist is Mr. Jose L.G. Puentes, a proprietor of LG Recording and Music Production Studio. Before you start, LG, why don't you just intro a little bit on why you have LG in the middle of your name? Welcome.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon. LG is the initial name of my father and mother. My mother is Leonela and my father is Gregorio. So I am their favorite son. Just joking. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I am LG Fuentes, a singer-songwriter and music producer. Before I start my presentation, please allow me to tell you my story and musical journey. I was a musician for over 18 years and counting. I started to love music when I was in grade 6, playing drums with my dad. When I was in high school, I started to play in a show band as a guitarist and a pianist. We performed in every place we were invited to. I became a solo performer when I started my college years. I'm also a singer-songwriter. I started to write my first original song when I was in 3rd year high school. I joined a national songwriting competition and became a winner in Mindanao and a grand finalist in 2007 Nescafe Sound School National Songwriting Competition. In 2018, I became the 2nd runner-up of Bombo Music Festival National Songwriting Competition. In 2019, my band became a grand finalist for National Music Laban Songwriting Competition, where I played the drums. I became the weekly winner and a monthly finalist of Wish Covery of Wish 107.5 National Songwriting Competition. Last year, I became the 2nd runner-up of Bombo Music Festival National Songwriting Competition for the 2nd time around. I've been a music director for over 5 years and currently running on a full-time basis my new recording and music production studio here in Cebu City. So why am I telling you my story? Because I believe that my story resonates with the story of some artists and musicians who dreamed the impossible dream, wanting to be acknowledged in the music industry and have a fruitful career. This journey is not easy. Being a musician or an artist is not easy. Many allude that there is no money in this line of job. Ingon nila, walay kwarta diha, walang pera dyan. Critics and judgment from people, friends, and even from our loved ones are inevitable. Ingon ni, unsa man na imong music, di man na makapakaon nimo. Find a decent job and make money. But I took the challenge even in the midst of this criticism and judgment and continue to pursue my music career. Thank God that today I can say that I am way better than I was before. I have not arrived there yet, but what I have right now is a blessing worth enjoying. Some artists are like me who have not given up on their dreams, but sadly, I witnessed many of my fellow artists give up. That's why when the studio came, I told myself that I will help my fellow artists, giving them an opportunity to record, produce, and publish their songs under the studio for free. This offer is for those who are striving and deserving. Since 2017, I have recorded and produced more than 100 songs and albums for our local artists. I work with various artists ranging from age 13 to 50 years old. The music genre is quite diverse. I personally observe that there are many talented and creative people in Cebu that can compete globally. This is why I am very excited upon hearing about the Cebu Chamber of Commerce and Industry, who is willing to support the music industry and create opportunities for artists, musicians, singers, composers, producers, and engineers here in Cebu. Now talking about the music industry, let me show you the different music scenes in Cebu in order for us to understand and see how we can help and bridge them towards the opportunity that the Cebu Chamber of Commerce and Industry are opening. These are the people involved in making music, the ones who made the music industry alive. Musicians, singers, composers, songwriters, music producers, recording engineers, mixing and mastering engineers. The musicians and singers, those who are on the show band and acoustic performers. These are the people who do cover songs and play regularly in the resorts, hotels, resto bars, weddings, events, and etc. Their income is coming from events and gigs. So no events and gigs, no income. So imagine the challenges that they are facing right now during this pandemic time. How do they survive without the events and gigs? This is a big group of artists nga nawad-an og income during this pandemic. I have here a new platform that I see would help them to go to the next level in their careers. To be the cover song artist, record and produce their own rendition of the songs, make an album and promote them worldwide on Spotify, Apple Music, YouTube, and etc. This is a lifetime investment because as long as their songs are up there, they will receive royalties. Let's take a look on the composers and singer-songwriters. These are the people who write their own original songs. These are the people who rely on the royalties of their songs. Most of these people play on the events and shows with no pay. They are just there for exposure and promote songs and albums. They don't do regular gigs, but they are the most creative people who can write a hit song and compose music for the movies. Here in Cebu, we have a lot of active groups of artists on their own genres of music. These are the people who contributed to the music industry through their original song. How can we help them? We can help them by promoting their songs and albums worldwide, promote them as an artist, make stable, sustainable opportunities for their creations. Next is the music producer. The music producer, these are the creative people who create music for all the artists and movies. They work behind the scene. Their income is project-based. Their field of work is focused on the musical production. Most of them don't do gigs and events outside. The music producers play the most important role in the music industry. They are the ones who give life to a song. And lastly, the recording and mixing and mastering engineers. These are the people who work behind the scene, the people who guide and help with the recording and production of the songs in the studio. These are the creative people who focus on the details of the music production until it's done. So again, these are the people who are in the music industry who needs attention, support, and help. And I believe that the Cebu Chamber of Commerce visions towards sustainability will make a big impact not only in the industry, but also in the lives of these artists. On behalf of the entire artists in Cebu music industry, I thank you for hearing us. I'm LG Fuentes. Thank you.
LG, we heard you. Your pain I'm talking about the musical industry in Cebu is felt all throughout the country. I have musician friends, composers, performers who are equally in the same pain that you guys are going through now. No gigs, no money, no food on the table. We will eventually get there, LG. The Cebu Chamber of Commerce and Industry is going to do their best to make sure that you are heard, that you are attended to, and there's no question. Cebu music is probably the best in the world. Congratulations for achieving your impossible dream.
Thank you, sir.
And I thank you too for caring for your craftsmen and the people in your industry. Stay strong.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. With that, we'll again introduce to you the only female in our panelists today, the Executive Director, Film Philippines Office, Cinema Evaluation Board, Council of the Philippines, or this is Miss Mirasol B. Cruz. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Crispo Mojica.
Thank you.
Thank you also for the CEW for inviting FDCP to take part in this theater, film, and music segment of the CBN. First, my focus today is to identify the role of the FDCP through the Film Philippines office in supporting the film industry in times of pandemic. So let us start with the presentation. Next, please. First, allow me to introduce to you to give you an overview of the Film Development Council of the Philippines. Under the supervision of the Film Development Council of the Philippines is the Philippine Film Export and Services Office, or the FESO, which was created pursuant to Executive Order 674, Series of 2007, mandated to manage the promotion of the Philippines as a highly viable filming destination for international production. This is executed by the Film Export and Services Office through its Film Incentives Unit, which allows the agency to provide funding for domestic and international efforts and partnerships of Filipino film producers to serve as line producers or partners or co-producers for the production of quality films. Among the agency's incentive programs is also the Create PH Films funding program, which awards funding for the different stages in filmmaking, from the script development up to film distribution of Filipino projects for domestic release. The details of these incentive programs will actually be discussed in details during a separate segment of the Cebu Entertainment Week. I think this will be on October 7, together with the CCAP presentation. But do allow me to discuss with you the other equally important task the Philippine office is doing for the industry. First is the safe filming. Next, please. Yes, the safe filming is a program of the FESO, or we call simply the Film Philippines Office, that implements the existing policy on occupational safety and health program of the government. Ganon din po sa mga labor-related policies for the audiovisual industry. It also provides a global resource website that outlines the principles of safe production and a source of information about systems, resources, forms, and other related issuances to ensure working safely in the Philippines for both local and international film and audiovisual productions. Safe filming is also a platform, a venue, or a medium that allows for active collaboration with support to stakeholders with their audiovisual activities and projects, which FDCP coordinates with other government agencies such as DOLE, the DOH, the DILG, and the LGUs for the monitoring of compliance to the guidelines of the FDCP DOLE JMC and other occupational safety and health. Related concerns from the OSH officers or the workers, including work-related injuries, illnesses, unsafe working conditions, may also be coursed through the Safe Filming Office. Next. So, next, Jomel. Okay. As of June 2020 up to September 2021, there are already 1,114 registrations we received from different film production activities. And as you can see, ito po yung mga list of activities ng film ng audiovisual industry that registers sa FDCP po, sa Safe Filming Office. And ano po ang ginagawa ng Film Philippines Office through the Safe Filming? No, the other one. Yes. We require yung mga audiovisual activities to pre-register with the Safe Filming Office. Doon po binibigyan namin sila ng forms. They report, i-report po nila yung kanilang program, yung kanilang activity, the number of people that are working in the set, yung locations, and most importantly, kumukuha po kami ng commitment declaration from the producers or from the production companies na nagko-commit po sila in maintaining a safe and healthy workplace for workers. And this must be submitted to the Safe Filming program prior to the start of the production shoot. Mga 7 days po ang minimum para i-forward po sa amin sa Safe Filming. And then kami naman sa Safe Filming coordinates with other government agencies for monitoring purposes and for DOH for possible contact tracing. Also, ang safety and health support we give to production. We provide po safe filming kits. Ito po yung 1 box of surgical mask, box of disposable gloves, a gallon of liquid disinfectant, gallon of alcohol, thermal scanner, 50 pieces of face shields, and antigen test kits. So far po mula nung later part ng 2020, I think we were able to dispose of 65 safety kits to the different our registered productions. Also, on the part of industry trainings, the Film Development Council of the Philippines, through its Safe Filming program, in partnership with the DOLE Occupational Safety and Health Center, offers a safety and health officers training seminars, a free online 40-hour basic occupational safety and health training for the audiovisual industry. Mula po ng April up to September, we conducted 4 batches of officers training, safety and health officers training, at nakapag-graduate na po kami ng 184 graduates who are now accredited as Safety Officer 2 from the DOLE. For our industry training, nagpa-train po kami, the Safe Filming, we conducted the Safe Filming Lab to better acquaint the audiovisual industry on the importance of OSH for the conduct of audiovisual activities during COVID-19 pandemic. The Film Development Council of the Philippines, through its Safe Filming program, launched the Safe Filming Lab for the participants of Cine Kabataan 2021 and Meet Out Sound International Silent Film Festivals. At meron po kaming naging mentors from the DOLE, Department of Labor, si Asek Tesco Cueco, yung amin pong safety officer consultant, Mr. Martin Aguda, and also from the production, Ms. Betsy D. Liaco. For the Safety and Health Campaign, ito po, in celebration of the first ever Philippine Film Industry Month, the Film Development Council of the Philippines, through its Safe Filming program, launched the Kwentong Safety campaign that features the experiences of filmmakers and actors on how the film and audiovisual production shoots work in the middle of a pandemic. Ito po yung mga nagbigay ng mga testimonies and observations na pinupost po namin ito sa aming Facebook pages, and they give testimonies or their experiences while nasa pandemic and pandemic shoots. Ito po yung, we have already nine testimonies. Nag-start po ito nung September 13 at mag-e-end po ng October 6. So, apart from the safe filming, meron din po kaming tinatawag na the National Registry. Or I'm sorry, there is a National Registry. We have the National Registry. Ano po yung National Registry? Ang aim po ng National Registry is to organize a veritable database of all active film and television workers, 2 audiovisual companies, 3 audiovisual organizations and film festivals all over the country. So minamap namin po ito para maging part ng aming National Registry. What is the benefit of registering from the National Registry? Ito po ang nag-open. We give them an opportunity or an avenue for opportunities and activities that will promote the growth and development of the local visual industry, as well as promote its participation in both domestic and world market. Kwento ko lang din po, the National Registry actually played a very important role during noong kasagsagan ng pandemic. Yusek Lizardino knew very well that the audiovisual industry is among those that were hardly hit by the pandemic. So sensitive to the plight of the audiovisual workers, she collaborated with other government agencies, particularly the DOLE, in particular, to prioritize the giving of ayuda to the audiovisual workers. At fortunate enough at napagbigyan naman siya. And karamihan ng members of the National Registry received this ayuda right on time. And now, the need for vaccination. Our workers, so that production shoot will resume in the soonest time possible. So she reached out to the local governments of Quezon City and Manila to roll out vaccines for our audiovisual workers. And here is our report. For Quezon City Protectodo Bakuna Nights, Quezon City Mayor Belmonte allocated 1,500 vaccines for 3 Bakuna Nights. And out of 1,500, 1,447 po ang inoculated workers. At nangyari po to in 3 different dates, nung pong June 24, nung July 1, at nung July 8. And also, we also collaborated with the Manila government through Mayor Isko Moreno, and he allocated a total of 3,500 vaccines intended for our stakeholders. The program commenced in 3 batches also, implemented last August 2, at the Palacio de Manila, August 9, 2021 at the Adamson University, and August 23 at the FDCP Cinematheque Manila. So out of the 3,500, we were able to inoculate 3,389 workers. So total po, lahat-lahat ng na-vaccinate through the FDCP's effort is 4,836 film and entertainment workers. So to give you po, maybe we can share to you some videos taken during the vaccination activities.
In support and in service po sa mga pinagdadaanan natin ngayon ay talagang gumagawa po kami ng paraan in the best way that we could para po makipag-ugnayan sa iba't ibang ahensya ng gobyerno para po makahanap ng suporta at assistance para po meron po kaming maibigay na tulong sa ating mga ka-industriya. Marami po sa inyo, araw-araw, sinaswab, araw-araw pumupunta sa iba't ibang productions, nakaka-experience din po tayo ng mga outbreak paminsan-minsan sa isang production shoot. And talagang literal po, buwis-buhay po tayo tuwing pumupunta po tayo sa isang shoot or sa trabaho po natin. Kaya Mayor Joy, thank you so much. Malaking bagay po ito para sa aming industriya. Napakalaking bagay po nito para makabangon kami, maging protektado kami at magtrabaho po kami ng walang takot. We are all here for you. The Quezon City government is here for you. The FDCP is here for you. DOLE, DOH, iba't iba pa pong LGU, nandito po kami. Tonight is a very significant night because you are all here. You showed up. At nandito po tayo para magtrabaho, both government and private sector, sa ikaunlad at sa ikababangon po ng ating industriya. So maraming pong salamat sa inyong lahat and good job sa inyong lahat.
Isang pagbati sa lahat ng mga manggagawa mula sa industriya ng pelikula. At ngayong gabing ito ay special night kasi alam naman po ninyo na meron tayong tinatawag na bakuna nights dito po sa lungsod Quezon. So, because of Lisa, who is such a good and dear friend, at isa sa mga sumusuporta sa aking mga advocacies, kasama na yung advocacy ko na sana ang lungsod Quezon ay maging sentro ng industriya ng pelikula sa buong Pilipinas. That's one of my dreams, together with Lisa. So there are 1,500 of you. Sabi ko, pwede ba in 3 nights natin gawin kasi minsan baka naubusan tayo ng bakuna, So napakaswerte nyo because ito na yung last batch ng bakuna namin, para sa mga A4s, Pero ang magandang balita ay bukas may bagong supply na naman tayo matatanggap mula sa pamalahang pambansa. So we can continue inoculating everybody who belongs to A4 from the Filipino film industry. Pero umaasa din ako na sa pamamagitan ng pagbabakuna natin ngayon at sa mga susunod pa na araw, at ako ay proud kasi ang lungsod Quezon ngayon ay nakakapagbakuna na ng 45,000 a day. Kung mayroon tayong steady supply of vaccines. But given that number, we will be able to achieve herd immunity very, very soon. So ako ay umaasa na kapag tuloy-tuloy lang ang pagbabakuna, babalik din sa normal ang ating mga buhay at ang ating pong industriya, ang sektor po natin ay magiging masigla muli. So ako po ay nandito lang para ipahiwatig ang suporta ko syempre kay Lisa, kay Ice, at sa inyo, sa ating po mga manggagawa. Because of you, Quezon City is the city of stars. So again, thank you very much sa inyong lahat at sana po ay pagtapos po ng gabing ito, you will feel much more confident because alam niyo at least you will have some protection against COVID-19.
ng isang staff ng FDCP, tapos nag-reply ako, tapos mga ilang oras tinawagan po ako na willing pa ba akong magpabakuna. Malaking bagay yung bakuna kasi hindi natin alam yung kaharap natin kung mayroon ba siya o wala. At least may protection ka. Dapat lahat tayo nasa film industry dapat mabakunahan.
Para sa aming mga freelance artists and models, sobrang halaga kasi like now pinapatupad na yung no vaccine, no racket, no taping. So sobrang halaga sa amin kasi yun yung source of income namin.
Kailangan yung magpabakuna para sa health din ninyo, tsaka para sa ating lahat, hindi tayo makahawa ng ibang tao.
Napaka-importante po yan sa vaccination, not just for me as a safety officer because basically frontliner po ako sa lahat ng mga shoots, whether it be hybrid events or films or music videos. Napaka-importante po yung vaccination because it's another degree of safety, and once you get your second dose, then you're more protected. And that's the whole idea that I love about these initiatives, is because the FTCP has always been doing their best to keep the audiovisual workers safe, whether it be through webinars, training initiatives, and now the Bakuna Nights.
Bilang frontliner na laging nasa labas, so kailangan natin maging protektado. Hindi lang sarili natin, at the same time para sa pamilya natin, di ba? Kasi once na tayo ay na-contaminate ng virus at may uwi natin sa bahay ito, yung ating mga anak, asawa, pamilya o mga magulang, ay possible na maging carrier din ng ganitong klaseng virus.
Sana po mahikayat kayong lahat na magbabakuna sa inyong LGU or kahit saan man pwede kayong mag-sign up. Libre naman po ang mag-sign up at malaki po ang benefits ng pagpapabakuna para matapos na tong pandemya at makabalik na tayo sa dati.
Sobrang importante po kasi 'di ba alam naman po natin na aware po tayong lahat na ngayon po uso yung lock-in, 'di ba? So dapat lahat naka-swab. At the same time talagang naging proven and tested na talagang pag lahat tayo ay vaccinated, we are feel secured na hindi na tayo matatakot na mahawaan tayo ng COVID-19, di ba?
For us people who always have to talk to others, and actually the more intimate the setting in an interview, the closer you face each other, the better, di ba? So, importante talaga yon for entertainment journalists na magpabakuna para you feel safe from each other. Yung ikaw sa yung taong kaharap mo, you feel safe na hindi nyo hahawahin ng isa't isa.
Well, regardless of what you think of the vaccines, science has proven that they are very effective in preventing severe COVID, and that's what's the most important thing. We need to make sure that everybody stays alive. So get vaccinated.
Napakalaking importansya nitong pagba-vaccine, not only because makakatulong to sa bansa para makabalik tayo sa normal, pero sa ating mga filmmaker na laging lumalabas, na hindi lang laging pwedeng work from home. Sobrang importante nito para magkaroon tayo ng peace of mind and makatulong tayo sa pagbabalik ng normal ng buong bansa. Other filmmakers, alam ko maraming mga haka-haka sa mga vaccines, pero I think it's about time. The best vaccine is the available vaccine for all of us. Magpabakunan na kayo.
Kailangan siya kasi we are frontliners and maraming kaming nakakasalamuhang mga tao. So we need protection para everybody can work safe and para mag-return na to normal. Kasi ngayon nagla-lock in tapings and it's not really practical and it's not cheap. So hopefully we'll go back to normal.
It's for our own good and para sa atin din ito, kaya makipagkaisa po tayo sa ganitong mga pagkakataon na free pa ang vaccine. Get your vaccine, don't be afraid. It's now or never.
Maraming salamat sa nag-organize nito, lalo na kay Chairman. Malaking bagay ito sa lahat ng mga nagtatrabaho sa film industry.
Please, sa buong sambayanan ng Pilipinas o sa Pilipinas, sa lahat ng mga Pilipino, kung may mga pagkakataon, ito ay libre naman. Huwag na natin palagpasin at huwag na tayo mamili ng bakuna. Kung ano ang available na bakuna, yan ang pinaka-the best kahit yung bakuna yan.
Good job!
Good job!
Good job! Good job!
Good job! Good job!
Good job! Good job!
Good job!
Good job!
Good job! Good job!
We with that, and on behalf of Chairlyn Zedino and the entire FDCP family, we thank the organizers of the Cebu Entertainment Week. Maraming salamat po.
Okay, Miss Mirasol B. Cruz, good job. Thank you so much. Okay, meron lang akong, before we go to the Q&A, Jovit, can you go back to Miss Mirasol's presentation? In that particular portion where you have the graph of the number of vaccination, there's a number that, go back to that. This is really very important. Let me see if I can, it states the number from documentaries to ABP producers to theater. It's a graph. It's not a graph, but it's a list. I just want to point out some a very interesting detail. Can you go back a little bit more? Can you scan it? There you go. Go ahead. Rewind pa, rewind. Okay. While we're looking at it, the National Registry Program is a very helpful program, Miss Mirasol Cruz. Huh?
Yes po.
I was able to have most of my production people. You know, I run a talent agency also, as I ran the production house and a sports production program, and I was able to vaccinate most of my production people through your National Registry. My question siguro is, will you be, is Cebu part of your National Registry? There you go, stop, right there. Hold it. Okay, Madam.
Kasi po, currently, these are all taken in Manila. So,
okay.
I'm not really sure kung meron ditong Cebuano doon sa aming list, yung 1,114. But this should be, we call parang nationwide, whoever is in Manila to receive the vaccine, ina-administer po namin yan. So on the average, 69 po ito, 69 production activities every month.
I'm looking at your graph right here. Explain to me what your production shoots are, because I just want to get a hold on this 1,114 number that you have here. I mean, these are the applicants, right?
Yes po. Yung production shoots po, meron dyan mga series, katulad po ng yung CMB.
Yeah, pero series is already 77.
Series digital television. Ito po yung mga production shoots. I'm sorry, yung may mga ano po yan, yung mga may tumatakbo po na mga pelikula na nagre-register na po sa amin. Meron, pwede po itong international, pwede din po itong naging local.
Okay, and I'm looking at the number one here on your list, and it says 505. I would imagine this is advertising productions.
Yung mga, yes, mga photo shoots, AV presentations sa mga offices, mga product
TV commercials,
advertisement.
Yes.
Yan. It's 90.
All right. So it just goes to show that amidst this pandemic, the number one in your list are still the advertising production houses, right?
Yes.
I agree, because I know my wife is a casting director. We request dole most of the time, but you guys are doing a fine job. You are very strict, but it is important. Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you po.
Bago ka umalis nga pala, may ayuda, but naka-national registry ako, but wala pa akong biro lang.
Doon lang. Ina-assess po ng ano yan.
Ina-assess po namin yung mga okay, nagbibiro lang. Pinatatawa lang kita, Miss Mirasol, kasi maghapon ka na naghihintay sa part mo. Okay. But that was very helpful. That was thank you, and marami pang ginagawa ang Film Development Council of the Philippines.
Yes,
hindi lang itong, I think she just offered to show us the pandemic, but there are fundings, there are script and film labs, napakarami. So
industry conference.
Ang problema ganito none of us, hindi naman none, but very little of us that participates in the industry actually understands your role. So I think you need to advertise a little bit. Okay.
All
right. Okay.
But we have the website. You can go through.
Okay. All right. Well, then we can go to the website. Okay. That ends our panel discussion. So now it's time for us to ask questions. Let's open the event to the audience. And now it's time for you, audience, to participate. All right, let's hear the first question. Meron na ba tayong question, Madam? Miss Maribel.
Yes, we have questions for the speaker in the area of film and TV.
Okay,
First
go ahead.
question is, are there any film studios or production houses operating out of Cebu? And what are incentives will filmmakers have to film and produce in Cebu instead of staying in Manila?
All right. I have two people that I can direct this to. This is Mr. Dennis Marasigan and possibly Sir Ricky, no? Yes. Or Steve. I'm sorry, Steve Anma Sanchez. Or anybody who's familiar with any studios here in Cebu, film studios. Okay. Well,
maybe we can proceed with theater.
Let me just answer this a little bit, okay? The Cebu International Film Festival. This is the organization that started in Cebu 10 years ago. And I am honored to be part of the trustee from its very inception. These are people that are not within the film industry per se. This is a scattered amount of people from different sectors of the community and the business sector. No, meron diyang mga nasa marketing, meron diyang nasa construction, may mga lawyers, may mga and I was one chosen to lend a hand in its development. And I brought in people like Dennis Marasigan and a few other practitioners in Manila to join us in this undertaking. The most important part of production, which are equipments, we were able to bring equipments from Manila, base it in Cebu prior to the pandemic. So meron na tayong studios dyan. The same cameras that we're using in Manila. This is through Jim Baltasar's studio. Yung mga ginagamit po namin mga camera, lahat po ng ilaw na meron kami sa Manila ay dinala na namin dito. Not all, but we can easily access everything from Manila if need be. So meron na tayong tools of the trade. So meron na tayong ika nga kung wala man lang kayong kasi sa Manila napakaraming ginagamit na equipments. We have that as well here. Through Jim Baltasar, and the Cebu International Film Festival was the entity that brought this big time production rental outfit here in Cebu. Just to answer that question very briefly. And the next question, please.
Thank you, Sir Chris. Next question is for theater. Launching plays are labor and cost intensive. What resources are available to theater companies, producers, directors in order to create a theater culture in Cebu?
Anyone? Is Mr. Miliado there? Chris?
I suppose the
Yes, Alan.
Well, in my experience, it's really difficult to. Honestly, I'm getting quite frustrated doing theater because, one, there's a lack of facilities that are available. Our two productions of Miss Saigon had to rent the USC Cultural Center, and while it's a nice, it's a passable facility, but it is so old and so outdated. In fact, we had problems loading in our helicopter set because it couldn't go through the doors of the theater. So that's one, lack of facilities and lack of available places. And most of the places also that we wanted to use don't have flies. I know only of two auditoria that have a fly space, and that is STC and gosh, I think CIC auditoriums. But see, those schools don't. It's very difficult to rent the facility for productions like ours because they have a limited allowance of time for our productions to load in. They're only given like a day to load in, and for a production like Les Mis, we had a turntable built on top of the stage. We couldn't do it in one day. That needed a week of building. Aside from that, financial resources in Cebu, it's very difficult to get money because when we approach companies, the companies would always say, oh, decisions like these for solicitation have to get approval in Manila. And in Manila, when we go refer to the Manila office, they would say, oh, we've already given this to the Manila theater people. So there's nothing for Cebu. It's really been very, very difficult. But yeah, despite that, we are still able to do what we were able to do before the pandemic. Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Yeah,
Given
it's difficult because it's also very difficult to convince companies to sponsor because they say, oh, there's nobody from Manila in your cast.
That's funny.
Yes.
Really?
Mhm.
There's nobody from Manila in your cast?
Yes. There's no name actors.
No. See, everybody wants to go to heaven, but nobody wants to die. That's your problem. That's always been our problem in my country. I love my country. Everybody has a dream, but nobody would like to pay the ultimate sacrifice. I'm
Correct.
64 years old. I have been sacrificing all my life. I think.
No, actually, it's a change of mindset, Crispo, that's needed. Education really needs to be beefed up, especially in the mindset of supporting theater. Theater especially is we support film because it's readily available, but theater is a difficult thing to try to change mindset, especially in Cebu. I'm really having difficulty with changing the mindset. They always say, where's the complete tickets?
But you know, your mind-blowing presentation should have been a gateway towards this direction. You know, I can almost imagine what I want to do. If you give me the opportunity, I could do it. As a director, I know exactly how to do it. I've been in theater. I know the third wall. I know what experience is needed. You know, because when you watch a theater, it's different from watching a movie. Yes. The experience is different. So as a filmmaker, I can come up with a module and say, well, are you going to film this? This is what you need to do.
And see, Crispo, see, when we did Les Miserables and Miss Saigon, especially Miss Saigon, our first production, we had Lea de los Santos fly in from Germany. Lea was the original Belle in Germany's production of Beauty and the Beast. She was also in Miss Saigon, Germany. And she really told me how impressed she was with the talent of our students. For Les Mis, we had a cast member from the Toronto production of Phantom of the Opera, Harriet Chung, who flew in from Canada to go and watch the kids. And she too was very impressed by the talent in Cebu. So we have the talent, but it's just difficult to get resources. So the artistry is there. I've already brought in my friends from the international community to help our Cebuanos, but we need financial support. We need audiences to come. I was really expecting that Miss Saigon would have filled the auditorium, and while we were break even, yeah, it's just so frustrating that audiences don't come.
May I say something about that?
Sure.
Go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
So I was actually living in Cebu at the time when Miss Saigon showed. It was so impressive. I actually also staged and helped produce a Bisaya musical, right? So we had an original Bisaya musical that was staged at SMC side, and then there was, you know, the Les Mis and Miss Saigon that was coming in, and it's absolutely correct that we need the audience and the awareness, but there's something that Cebu doesn't have, and that even Manila struggles with. In Manila, what are the theater venues? There's a CCP. Now, like in MOA and in all the casinos, they have venues. Where are the venues in Cebu? If we bring in talent, where can they perform? And where they do perform, is it accessible for people to reach?
Correct.
What if there's so many people that want to watch the show, but they have no way to access it? We staged our show in SMC side. Do you know how far that is for everybody to go to?
Yes,
there's no bus system. There's no public transport. So what is Cebu going to do if there's going to be this push for creatives to have an opportunity to perform? They need a venue. Where will they perform? And people need access to physically go to these places. And even if, for example, right, we have the Araneta Coliseum, right, in Manila. We can bring in international acts to perform there, and that's good for the economy. But you don't see international shows coming to Cebu, even though we have one of the most beautiful airports in the Philippines. Why would people stage concerts or plays? Why would anybody want to come to Cebu if they can't earn any money? There's no venue.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and just to add with that to that, Steve, and the venues that we have are not even theatrically. It's not up to par. There is no loading dock. There is no fly space, and there's no support. And I can totally relate, because my first production in Cebu, no, my second production in Cebu was staged at the seaside, and it was hell going home because there were no transportation options available aside from Grab. So yeah, it is extremely difficult to stage shows in seaside. Yes.
All right. Okay, Alan and Steve, in your perspective, one, Alan is saying that, well, you know, we lack the facilities, the venue, and together with Steve. But assuming that we have the venue, assuming that the government says, well, we're going to provide you with this venue, you have to live with this for now. Ms. Mirasol, would you allow the audience? And when do you think the audience can come back in theater?
Oh, at this point in time, I don't see any future for the big screen. But you know, people, we have been. There are several uncertainties brought about by this pandemic, and you know, we are restricted to just stay home, and so we rely heavily on streaming platforms. So for me, in this coming this time, really the big screen or the big studios will continue to be at loss. That's my personal opinion.
Well, that's so true. That's the reason why I asked. I just want to confirm it. Mr. Sanchez, you're with Viva. You're into streaming. You have seen what Alan's background presentation was. I was amazed. This, you know, evolution is something that we have to also embrace. You know, life will never be stagnant, you know. Sabi nga nila, consistency is a playground of dull minds, right? I mean, now, we don't want this to happen, but all of a sudden, God said, you have to sit tight and not move. But there were humans. We need to adapt. And don't you think that this is an opportunity for theater to be just like CCP is doing now? Art goes on through online presentations. What's the possibility of that?
So I absolutely agree that we shouldn't just sit on our hands and say, oh gosh, we're in a crisis. What can we do? There's no opportunity. We have to make an opportunity, right? And so whereas we don't have the venue yet, whereas we don't have studios yet, what can we do? We can still educate. We can have workshops. 2 years ago, when I was auditioning for Charon Mani, the Bisaya musical, we had talented singers. But when I choreographed, there was I had to modify the stage choreography to the skill set. It's not that the Cebuanos were not talented performers. It's just that there's no dance studios, in Cebu that's accessible for a large amount of people. All right. So what can be done by Cebu if there is this impetus to support creatives? Where is the energy best put? I think that we should provide support to the, for example, Margot Frasco. She allowed at her creative space, she allowed Monsters, the Jukebox musical, which is a musical based on the catalog of Katsuki Espina, an amazing Cebuano musician for decades. She allowed that space, right, to be used. And so can the Cebu Chamber of Commerce, can the local businesses provide support, for this training? Because not, show business is crazy. Like, not the most talented people still will never have a shot at making it. But we have to provide more and more opportunities for those people. Otherwise, those dreams will just die. So we are in a pandemic world right now, but with the vaccines, with social distancing, what can Cebu do at this moment to enrich education? And at some point, the pandemic will be over. It's not going to be like this forever. So when this pandemic is over and we have all these educated people, are we just going to lose them abroad into Manila? Or will there be an industry that's sustainable, that they can actually work and live with?
Understood. Well said. All right, Alan, I was just talking to Steve Sanchez here.
Yes.
And I was trying to define the opportunity that you just presented to us today. And since Ms. Mirasol Cruz says that the pandemic will persist, that venues for live viewing of events such as theater will still be a little off the distance, I am looking at your opportunity to be an evolutionary focal point for us to create, and create jobs. I know digital people in Cebu and the surrounding provinces who can provide you with the tech needed to actually create that specific background, design, etc. All you need to do is actually train them. You're right, Mr. Sanchez. Training is so very important.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So yeah, if there is like a directory of artists that is available, wherein like I could easily like look at and see, I think it would have been easier for me to tap into local artists that I may be able to like feature here in Hong Kong. In fact, the Hong Kong Singers is producing Sister Act in December, and all the costumes are made in Cebu.
Hey, wonderful! Thank you very much.
Yeah,
wow.
I'm really counting on the Cebuano talent. Well, I've worked with Gilbert Barrios of University of Cebu. He has been my costumer since in 2015. All the shows that I've done in Hong Kong, he has been providing costumes. So all the shows that I've done, have been made.
Wow. Thank you very much. Now, okay, going back to the realities of things.
Yeah,
we know that theater will probably have the hardest opportunity to thrive in an area like Cebu, even in Manila for this particular time. Now, I have film. When I was shooting on film, there was no video, there was no digital. But we accepted the fact that film no longer is the medium, and it has evolved to digital signals and programs. But it works. We are still filmmakers. They still call us filmmakers, but we're no longer using the celluloid film. We can still be performers. I think we should look at this as an opportunity for real change, because if I build you another theater in Cebu, if I had all the money in the world, would you promise me that the theater industry will thrive? What guarantee will you give it to me? Tell me, Mr. Alan and Mr. Sanchez, just talking about theater, or Dennis and Sir Chris Miliado.
Difficult to give a guarantee because see,
that's my point.
Yeah, the thing is that again, as I mentioned earlier, filmed theater is different from film as a medium. Theater has to be treated in a different light. See, the thing is, the reality is that theater is dependent on the social interaction of the audience. That's what makes theater unique. And with the digital platform, you're basically removing that.
But what you have just shown us, what you have shown us breaks all of that.
Well, yeah, that's true. That's why
it's maybe opening up an avenue for us to revitalize theater through filming it. I mean, the theater goes on as a 3-hour show, but cameras are there. And it is timed appropriately for filming so that I would see it.
And yeah, theater can still be interactive. Yeah, just that it lacks the one thing that I love about theater is that when the audience is around, the energy that the audience gives the performance of the actors.
Yeah, no question. I understand that. I'm a theater performer since I was almost 19 years old. I'm 64 now. I understand the magic of theater. But time has dictated for this particular change. Are you willing to adapt to this change?
Of course, yeah, we need to.
So I have
a choice. We just need to adapt. Yeah. And as I mentioned earlier,
so when it
for a long time, theater people seem to be resistant to digital technology, but it's happening right now, and we need to adapt.
Exactly, just like film.
It's no longer film. I beg to differ. I beg to differ to say, when you say that theater people are resilient to digital, that's a bit, and forgive me, but it's a bit elitist, because Filipinos are very theatrical. It's just that Filipinos don't have opportunities. And this is coming from Steve Sanchez, a Phil-Am that grew up in the States, right? Coming here, Filipinos love to entertain, and Filipinos love to be entertained. So if we're stuck in this pandemic, if the question is, how will theater thrive? Where can we put this money? Number one, we're already seeing it in CHED. We're seeing it everywhere. There needs to be infrastructure for the telecoms if we're going to be stuck streaming, then people need more access. People need stronger internet connections, right? People need access to see each other, because ultimately, theater art expression is when you see something and it sparks recognition and you feel something at the heart. That's what art, and that's what theater, film, whatever you call it. Kids nowadays, they don't have access to proper Shakespeare or theater training, but what are they doing? TikTok is free, Facebook is free, and they're creating. So you can't say, we can't just talk about, art, and no, art is not dying. It's just that art finds a way based on what's available. So if the pandemic is saying that we can't get the live interaction, which we can't, people are going to TikTok, people are going to Facebook. They're getting the immediate interaction from the live streaming, from the likes, from the shares. It's not the same, but we have to think outside the box if the industry is going to advance. So if Cebu is willing to put their money where their mouth is, right, then they need to invest in telecommunication systems that provides access to everybody. Because what's the point if we're educating these people and they're putting on a show but nobody can watch it? It's the same thing. If people are putting on a show in Seaside or wherever. Nobody cares if it was if it was a Tony Award winning
Right.
Nobody watches it.
Yeah, I agree. Alan, I was mesmerized by your presentation. And me, as a visual artist, a person of imagination, I have already imagined it while you were presenting it, the great possibility. We may just be in Cebu, the first one to stream beautiful images like that. And the emotions will be there. Yeah. I know the third wall. I know the magic. But if there's no audience, what's the purpose? You're right, Mr. Sanchez. What's the purpose? Miss Cruz, they will not allow us. Not yet. Not in probably another year. And we do not know.
Sir Chris, I think we have here Mr. Mario Panganiban who would like to make a reaction on that.
All right, we need the private support. We've been looking for a theater, Mr. Panganiban, my idol. Huh? Idol, go ahead, sir.
Well, first of all, you are all my idols. Alan, Mirasol, of course, Crispo, and Steve. One thing, all your comments are being listed down because that's the purpose of this Creative Entertainment Week. We are trying to see what are the pain points, what are the opportunities, and what are the next steps that we will do. Just to inform you, yesterday when we had our Board of Trustees meeting in Cebu Chamber of Commerce, it is official now that creative entertainment industry that includes film, theater, and music is an official sector under the creative industry. What's the implication of the recognition of this as an official sector? The Chamber of Commerce have networked with the government, and the private sectors to actually facilitate certain projects to make these things a reality. So I also got the approval that we will have what we call the Creative Entertainment Alliance. So this will be represented by the different sectors. I volunteered as the chair to post the agenda. Okay, and we have a date already for the sector. Our anniversary starts on October 10, 2021. So para madali matandaan, 10-10-21. So we are birthing Creative Entertainment 2.0. Why did we call it 2.0? Because we want to respect and recognize the past, which is our heritage. However, with the new things that happen in technology, with the pandemic, now we have to do a lot of adaptation. There will be a lot of facilities, etc., that would be needed. Thus, we have 2.0. Our approach will be project-based in every sector. The games are coming out with their projects. Animation is coming out with the projects. By the way, I just visited the site just this morning. The Cebu Creative Hub will already start construction. Okay, that will house the Toon City Academy, Animation Academy, that will bring in global standards for animation. Now, when we talked earlier with the president of Cultural Center of the Philippines, Mr. Nick Lisaso, he offered that he will help if we want to, and we can actually mobilize people from the business sector, from the theater group, to have a cultural center of Cebu. Because if you want the facility, maybe we can find a way And we have a very, very supportive acting mayor, Mayor Michael Rama, who is actually a he dances, no? He does classic dances, and he's also a singer.
Performer.
Performer. In fact, when he attends our induction in the Chamber of Commerce, when he feels like it, he sings. When he's very inspired, he sings. So he's going to run for mayor, and he's saying that he will be supporting the creative entertainment industry. So it's very nice that we are all talking. And one thing that I can assure you is all the points mentioned here are all listed down, and we will have the alliance work on it and maybe convert it into projects that can benefit the industry. Thank you.
Well said. Thank you very much, Mr. Panganiban. There you go. Any other questions before we continue? Miss Maribel? I would like to thank Miss Maribel, my super assistant here, for all the efforts that she has done for this particular event that we're having this afternoon. She's walang nakakapigil sa kanya. Maya na lang meron akong email. You have been wonderful. Thank you so much for your support. And Jovito, our tech guy, without you, we're nothing. We're not here. Thank you very much again for your support. Maribel, any other?
Yes, I think anyone from our panelists could answer this question. Cebuanos and Visayans are very talented and creative, but many will leave Cebu in order to pursue opportunities in Manila or abroad. Digital creators earn more and more regularly creating for international clients. Now for the question is, what sustainable opportunities can be creative to keep homegrown talent to lay the foundation for a creative culture to grow out of Cebu?
Let me direct that first to Mr. Sanchez, and then I'll go to Mr. Alan, and then ask Ms. Mirasol about it.
Okay, so I think the question was, what type of opportunities can be created in Cebu to keep the homegrown talents? Coming from a business standpoint, if, for example, like, for example, in Las Vegas, there's many long-standing residencies and shows. In Manila, we have Resorts World, we have Okada. So I think what Cebu doesn't have, Cebu has a lot of tourism, but we don't have any type of venue that where shows can actually perform. So I think that one thing that Cebu, maybe Chamber of Commerce or the business sector can do is invest in some venue that and provide incentives for local production companies to stage shows there. And not only, and keep in mind when we have these venues to make it accessible, not just for tourists, but for locals to get to and from. As far as digital content creators, I think that if venues are created for staging shows, we could bring in touring shows as well as stage local shows, and that's for the theater performing arts. Now, in regards to digital creators, there's a great digital creator, it's Buy TV on Facebook. They create a whole bunch of relatable Cebuano content, and what they've done based on their clicks and their viewers is they've attracted sponsors. So I think that the business sector, I think Cebu Chamber of Commerce needs to look at homegrown talent and see that they are creating content that people are watching, and if people are watching it, then that creates opportunities for advertising and so on and so forth. So I think that what opportunities can be created for digital creators, I think that if the opportunity to create presents itself, then the creatives will step up and show that they can create content that's worth consumers will spend their money locally.
Can I react to what you mentioned, Steve? Actually, Steve, I don't know if you were aware, but the Little Theater of Cebu actually had a long-running show. It was a dinner show. It only lasted, I think, a year or less than a year because they couldn't sustain. They couldn't sustain it. Audiences didn't come. The tourists didn't come, so they were not able to.
Where was it? Like, so
it's in Gorodo Avenue. It's actually it's a small theater, but it is quite easy to get to. It's stuck inside a corner though. They lacked promotion. That's one problem. The show was also too commercial. I think I didn't get to see it, but I saw photos of it. I visited the facility. So it was trying to be too commercial. That I think it tried. The intention was there. There was like good meaning, but poorly executed and poorly promoted and supported. So that's why it didn't succeed. Yeah.
So I'm not familiar with what happened and why, but for example, in my experience living in Cebu, I think that where are people most likely going to go? So there's SM Cebu. That's a hub where buses go. That's where people can go. So I think that if there was going to be a venue, it has to be some, because Mandaue is just right there. You can IT Park is just up the street. I think that location is going to be very ideal. And as far as things being commercial or not or local, I can't say. When I was in Cebu, I would get tapped to play these bonga birthday parties. Like, people were spending hundreds of thousands, if not millions, on birthday parties for kids. So, and that's where a lot of theater actors are making their bread, or were making their bread and butter in Cebu. Yeah. So I don't think that it's whether it's commercial or not. It's just that people that are spending the money, where are they spending it, and how can people get to it, and promotion. That's what it boils down to. Because there's money to spend in Cebu, and there's people to watch.
The very first show I actually did was my students from Guam did Smokey Joe's Cafe, a Broadway musical performed at the SM City Cebu. It was done as a collaborative project with the Cebu Arts Foundation, and so that was in 2006. So that was we had 3 performances, all full house, because SM City is really accessible. It's not also the most ideal theater, but it is the most accessible. Yeah, it's just that it's also difficult to book the theater because it is a cinema. So it's and I've seen Addams Family by Vaudeville Theater there too. So yeah, it's a great facility. I think it's the most accessible facility that is not school based. And it's just that it's kind of expensive though. It is expensive that's 50,000 pesos per night of rent.
Well, that being said, because you're right, absolutely, it is expensive to rent. So then, what can the business sector, what can the government do to subsidize this?
Yes,
right, because the creators are creating. Mm-hmm. It's just that it's already enough to create something, but then to make it profitable, it's difficult. So if businesses are not pulling the trigger because it's not profitable, why are they asking creatives to come up with a business plan? The business-minded people should come up with a business plan, or at least subsidize it.
Yes. And the reason why we were able to do the show at SM was because Cebu Arts Foundation paid for it. Yeah, if it weren't for Cebu Arts Foundation, if I was just doing it, I wouldn't be able to afford that. See, because BYC, we also wanted to really get SM, but it's difficult to do productions at SM with the expense, not only of the set, but also the rental. And see, what people don't realize is that you just can't present one day rehearsal. Your actors need more time at the theater, and more time means a bigger budget for.
Okay. All right. So you know, it's always been a tightrope.
Yes.
It's always been a tightrope. And it's always been a balancing act between creativity and business. You cannot set those two apart. Am I correct, Ms. Cruz? And this time, another item in the front of us, it's not just a tightrope, but safety. Diba? So all of these factors are actually giving us, again, another set of challenges.
Sir Crispo, there's actually a question in the chat.
Okay.
There was a question. Yeah, there was a question, and let's see. It was from Mr. Poe. How does theater, film, music, and how do we imagine collaboration with other entertainment fields such as animation and video games?
Okay. Well, let me answer that first, and then you can. You know, again, I go back to the opportunity that was presented to me by Sir Alan just now. It's a eureka moment for me. You know, I'm a filmmaker. I'm one of the pioneers of video and film productions here in the country. I'm the old guy, all right? And when it comes to theater, I'm also an old guy. You know, at the age of 20, I was the first male director in CCP. Why male? So I am the only male. Sinasabihan ako nung araw, I was a young boy at 19. Yeah, direct. You're the first, di ba? So, I know the problems of theater. I know. I can understand. I am, again, blown away by the opportunity that Sir Alan presented, because this might just be it. The call for us to stream, that's your services, and the opportunity for the spectrum, these are the people that can work on that sector. Imagine, instead of just the people on your stage, now you're adding digital imagers. Now you're adding cinematographers. Now you're adding production designers. There's just a whole lot of opportunity. And that's not the only bottom line. The bottom line is the equation that comes after that. People will be watching you. And then your problem with your venue is no longer such a problem. You don't have to put so many seats there. All you have to have is a studio that has a stage, that has a proscenium stage. You cannot take away the proscenium. You take away the proscenium, it will be a studio shoot. The studio has to have a proscenium, and it has to have some form of a curtain. It has to be a performance area that can be covered and streamed.
Let me disagree to that too, because we have what we call black box theater, and black box theater is still theater. It may not have a proscenium. I think that is the most. In fact, I think doing black box theater is the most financially feasible.
I can live with that. I can live with no proscenium. That's fine. That's fine with me.
So just I'll in regards to Mr. Poe's question, how can theater, film, and music collaborate with video and animation, right? Because those are emerging industries, and there's a lot of money to be made, right? So I think that if we have talented digital creators for animation and coders for video games, a lot of the best entertainment is actually coming from video games. For example, an award-winning video game, correct me if I'm wrong, it was called Hades, and it's not just, you know, shooting guns, but it was problem solving. It was traveling from the underworld, you know, interacting with characters. So I think that if there is a strong industry for video games, because ultimately it's like the hero's journey for everybody here that's into literature and into plays and whatnot. All video games have a character arc. You know, there's major players and major characters. So let's say we have animators that are skilled at what they do. They can collaborate with writers for TV and film, and they can work together to create something. Because as of this moment right now, if someone handed us $1 million, the reality is we can't stage a play. But storytellers can work with animators to create something digitally that is safe, that's pandemic safe. We can animate something, right? Or, for example, to make it more sustainable, what if we created this multi-layered game where the person at home streaming, since they can't go out because it's pandemic, gets to be a well-written character and traverse through these trials and tribulations. Everybody here that's a theater actor, what are your obstacles? You make choices to overcome your obstacles. That's the same thing with video games. So is there an opportunity to collaborate with video game creators and animators? Absolutely. It's just that we need to have a forum where, number one, there's opportunity and an opportunity to communicate. So that way everybody can pool their talents and resources instead of thinking about what is impeding us and what is stopping us from creating in the ways that we're normally used to.
Got that one. Got that one. I understand. Now let me just expand this a little bit, because music is an area of performers as well, right? I mean, this is also a stage to a certain degree. Okay, some clubs, some dinner shows would require musicians. Is Mr. LG still around? LG, are you still there? Madam Mirasol Cruz, are you allowing these performers to perform without a mask in Manila?
Oh, definitely no. Provided we are now working with the IATF.
Excuse me, let me repeat the question. Are you allowing these performers who are actually suffering now, no, as stated by LG, wala na silang gig, ika nga, to perform without the mask?
It's impossible for the musicians to actually perform with the mask. Kasi nawawala yung nawawala yung essence, nawawala yung ganda ng performance if they are in the mask. Siguro, alam mo, napakarami kasing mga restrictions eh. So, with government's restriction, yung social distancing, parang hindi rin naman, hindi siya profitable for anyone to venture kung meron pang napakalaking restrictions from the government. Ang venue, they have to make sure that the venue is safe. So, kahit na mag-mask or walang mask, parang still the risk of the virus is parang malaki ang possibility. So, I don't think...
All right, okay. Well taken. In your budget, alam ko naman meron kayong budget, di ba? Kahit na paano may budget kayo. Paano naman kami mga struggling na mga nganta? Hindi nyo ba kami, since you helped us vaccinate anyways at nabigyan nyo kami ng ayuda, ano po ang mga programa? Hindi po, ito po ay katotohanan dahil hindi lang po kayo, hindi lang po si LG na naiintindihan ko. Congratulations for your impossible dream. You're there, except that you don't know. Pero paano natin matutulungan etong mga performers din natin? Ito'y teatro din performers natin na hindi sila makaperform ngayon dahil sa restrictions natin na to. Meron po bang ginagawa ang gobyerno para rito? Meron po ba tayong tulong na ibibigay sa kanila?
At the moment po, wala nang ayuda coming from the FDCP. So siguro po, yun lang implement ng mga safety protocols. If we can implement yung mga safety protocols on the venue, baka po pwede yon. Pero kung napakaliit ng venue, tapos merong mga social distancing na mangyayari, baka naman hindi profitable for the business to really conduct yung mga ganyang occasions dahil money-wise, hindi rin siya magiging profitable.
I understand the business. I'm just saying, but you have to look into the realities that if FDCP it really is concerned about these industries, I think they should look into the alam ko wala nang ayuda, but is there any way that we can help? I know good friends of mine, people with names before the pandemic, struggling to make money. Alam mo, makatugtog lang sila ng 500 pesos per day. LG, tama ba ako? Nakakapag-uwi na yung gabi-gabi ng 300 pesos for their food at pamasahe ng mga bata bago pumasok sa eskwela the next day.
Yes, tama po.
I mean, this has to be an open thing. I have to say it. I'm sorry.
At the moment, siguro pinapag-aralan pa ng aming management on how to help. Pero at the moment, geared kami towards yung development ng knowledge ng mga industry people. So to prepare them para sa siguro to prepare our industry sa mga susunod pang mga undertakings.
Ayoko namang ilagay kayo sa corner. Baka isumbong niyo ako sa boss mo, maban ako. So I'm just LG, I want to see your take on this one.
Yes, sir. Some of the artists kasi dito sa Cebu, our performers is wala pa kasing gig, no? And then pero merong area dito like in Lapu-Lapu, meron open na sila for some of the bars and resorts, open na sila for performance galing sa mga performers natin. Pero limit lang. So I mean hindi lahat, especially dito sa Cebu, wala pa talagang parang strict pa dito, wala pang live performance, mga ganun, yung mga gigs. So, yan lang. Yung napansin ko lang dun sa Lapu-Lapu.
Okay. Well, that's understandable as well. This is my next question. All right. Ikaw ay musician.
Yes.
Si Sir Alan and Mr. Sanchez are also performers, producers in the line of field. Music, tulad nga ng mga presentation kanina, without music, it's a dull life. Certainly, you are part of the spectrum. Have you ever considered yourself as part of theater as a musician or film?
Yes, I do.
Have any one of your colleagues understand that the spectrum is wide enough for you outside of performing on gigs to do other things? I mean, not everyone, but is there, right? Okay. Can you talk to us about that?
Yes, but somehow I know some lang na mga art musicians na into parang nagpi-play sila sa theater, but not all, because especially meron kasing iba't ibang level sila sa skills, no? And then also the theater is like parang kailangan ng mas merong idea, musically skilled talaga, no? Kaya some of my friends na yung mga magagaling, doon pwede sila papasok doon, mga concerts at theater, etc. But somehow yung mga hindi pa ganun yung levels ng nila, yung tugtugan, so dito lang sila muna.
Oh, pero I do understand. It is not a question of talent, right? It's a question of education. Am I correct?
Yes.
There you go. Education, Alan. That's where you are. You should start educating these people.
I think besides education, I think it's also opportunity. I forget which presentation was it, Chris Miliados, but they were talking about how Rock of Ages is like the longest running show here.
Dennis Marasigan, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, yes. So where it's an amazing show, it's a great jukebox musical, but there's such a rich Cebu sound, right? Like there's so many really, really talented music that comes out of Cebu, but yet what opportunities are, like I know that there was Monsters the musical, which was Katsuki's jukebox musical, but if we're looking at the post-pandemic or the current pandemic world, and we don't musicians don't have the gigs, then what ways can we utilize the talent collaboratively? For example, right, like I'm writing a original Cebuano musical. It's modern, it's leading up to Sinulog. I call it it's like a mix between La La Land meets A Star Is Born meets Grease, but it's centered around Sinulog, right? But I'm not a musician and I'm not a singer, but I'm working with songwriters in order to get that Cebuano. I'm a talented storyteller, but the point of it is all of our different industries excel. There's stars in every industry, but what can we do collaboratively in order to create something new and something that's sustainable, right?
Right. Alan.
Yeah, before that, I'm just showing you what our students have done. We perform because we are required to wear masks. This is a possible option. This is
Wow.
very
Wow.
affordable thing.
Wow.
Yes, it's a transparent mask. And
I
this,
want that one.
yeah,
Send it to
we
me.
got this. Our students are performing because, see, at school,
Good.
we're not, although we're doing face to face, the mandates of the EDB is still to wear masks. And so, but see, we wanted the faces of our students for their virtual performances to be seen. So we're giving them this. Yeah, it's a very affordable, transparent mask. So yeah, just about, that's one way if you want to do performances.
Oh, okay, okay. That's interesting. Are you selling that? No.
No, we got this online.
All right, got it. All right. Eto lang. I'm also equally amazed with your Broadway Youth Cebu.
Yes.
How does that happen that you're in Hong Kong and you have it happening here? You have somebody taking care of this here? You should continue that one.
Yeah, well, we were the next project would have been Hairspray, but yeah, so we actually started the training for Hairspray a month before the pandemic, and we did not expect that it would really hamper the performances, but we were already ready. Now, what happened was when we found out that we couldn't do theater face to face, so we had our Facebook page, and all our cast members were doing virtual numbers of Hairspray. We got the license from Music Theater International, and so we were allowed to do virtual theater versions of the songs. So it's on our Facebook page, wherein we did all the musical numbers of the show were performed with, like, it's a remotely done show. So I just
all right
together. So
all right.
that is one of the things that we did. So, before the pandemic, like 2 years before the pandemic, we were already doing online training because I was based in Hong Kong.
Online.
I was
right.
directing the show in Cebu.
All
Now,
right.
Broadway Youth Cebu, there are two of us who found it. Rudy Aviles is a well-known theater person in Cebu, and I partnered with him. I've known him since 1983, and Rudy and I.
All right, that's a long time collaboration. Yeah, 1983 is a long time. All right, okay, good.
So we have a team in Cebu who work with the students, but I direct the show remotely. So we would rehearse with me on before that it wasn't Zoom, it was Facebook Live.
Okay.
So I have a
sir, all right, Steve, go ahead, Steve.
So I think it's great. The show, I've seen the Broadway youth shows in Cebu. They're amazing. But if there's going to be this push in Cebu, we have to understand that there is going to be a limitation, because what about the talented, creative people that aren't fluent in English, that aren't classically trained, right? Are those people not allowed to have opportunities to perform? Because, for example, we held auditions for Charon Mani, which was the Bisaya musical that we staged, and there were amazing singers and dancers, and they were so scared to speak to me because they didn't speak English. You know, they would speak to me in Bisaya, and I would respond in English. But I would hate that there would be so much push, there'd be so much investment of time, and we're creating another glass ceiling, you know, for Cebuanos. Like, what if these Cebuanos that are talented and creative are not confident they speak Tagalog? They're not confident that they speak English. Does that mean that they're not allowed to have opportunities?
No, that's why we have different theater groups. The mission of Broadway Youth Cebu is to train teenagers. We're not even entertaining older people. Our thrust and mission is to address the younger teens, and because of my global mindset, I tend to choose not locals, because there are many theater groups that do local material. BYC, that is not the mission of BYC. So yeah, I think other theater groups should step up to the plate, Steve.
Got it. Okay, all right. I understand that. All right. Let me now, excuse me. LG.
Yes.
Okay, let's put the scenario this way. What if Okay, all of a sudden, Alan and Steve Sanchez needed the support of the music sector, your sector. And since we know each other now and we're connected by Facebook, and Alan and Mr. Sanchez says, how much will it cost us? Do you have the figures to tell them?
Somehow, for now, I have not yet I have no idea about the figure.
All right.
Yeah.
So,
for the
so
musicians.
I understand. I understand. Yeah. This is what I'm getting at. Okay. And and I always tell my students in Cebu this. And the funny thing is, if I ask them what they want to become after graduating from mass communications, for example, they will also say, well, I want to be a director. Do you want to be a musical director? Wala naman nagtataas ng kamay. So, the problem is, and the same problem with movies and films when I teach film. How many Filipino films have you seen? Nothing. Nada. Wala namang nanonood eh. Meron foreign films, lahat ng Marvel napanood. So raise your hand, napanood nyo na ba yung ganitong pili? So everybody wants to partake in the business, in the industry, but again, in reality, it is just, face value lang. Walang sacrifice eh. So don't you know that the opportunity is there? All you have to do is ask Alan, can we collaborate on this? And then the next question is, how much? Because it's a balancing act between creativity and business. If you don't know how much, I teach my directors, and I have taught a lot of directors, award-winning directors, and I teach them, you have to make money. No money, no honey. Forget it.
Yeah, Crispo, our productions of Les Miserables and Miss Saigon had a live orchestra, and I think Sharon Mani, because I also saw Sharon Mani, you had a live orchestra too, right, Steve?
Yes.
So yeah,
yes.
We do have a pool of musicians. I work with a musical director, so he was the one who brought musicians from USP to help us.
Right.
For Miss Saigon, we had students from Guam visiting also to be in the orchestra. We had a live orchestra. Again, we're talking about at least a budget of 2,000 US just to support music. Okay.
Yeah, that is good. We are so glad that you're around because and then Biba as well. No, it's so important because I have met clients in my advertising world as a production who tells me it's too expensive. It's being done in Cebu anyway. And that's the beginning of something that is really bound to ika nga is nasasakal ang ating progreso. At pumapayag naman, no? Kasi nga, how can we achieve excellence? Let me go back to the musicians and the directors that I've taught. Pinag-aral kayo ng inyong mga magulang to become a practitioner of the trade, you have to have, a compensation for this. And let me tell you that the reason why I asked Ms. Mirasol regarding the 505 applications for approval of shooting, because I know that's coming from advertising. The one sector in the film industry that is earning a lot of money is a sector that I was involved in. I'm not rich yet. Kailangan ko pa rin ng ayuda mo. But directors are getting paid 300,000 pesos per project. Cinematographers are getting paid 150,000 per project. I would bring my child to this industry. If Cebu can maintain a music industry and a theater industry that is capable of producing this kind of industry business, I will tell them that let's go. But no most of our problems is, sabi nga nila most of the problems of our problems as Filipinos are self-inflicted. Pinapalo natin ang sarili natin. They're all self-inflicted. We seem to operate in contrast with reality. Parang, gusto kong maging director, pero, there's a million other, sabi ko sa mga estudyante, there's 100,000 other graduates who wants to become a director. Mr. Sanchez, tell me, the chances of one being accepted in the global stage is almost nil.
Well, I think what this pandemic has shown it's kind of a great equalizer, right? So for example, you talked about your film students and how none of them have seen any local Filipino films, right? I've experienced that. Actually, that's what made me want to transition into the production end. I was infuriated when I moved to the Philippines, seeing the type of media that was on TV, seeing the media that was available on film. And the reason why is, oh, it's pamasa. Oh, we just accept that this is what's good enough for Filipinos, as if we're dumbing down or watering down the content of Filipinos. But I don't accept that. You know why? Because the largest demographic in the Philippines is age 18 to 27. They're all working, they're all educated, and they're spending their money streaming Game of Thrones, Friends, Grey's Anatomy. You can't tell me that the Filipino is too stupid to understand a complex Filipino story when they can know every single character of Game of Thrones. It just depends on what the creators are willing to invest here locally, right? So I think that the pandemic being a great equalizer, right? So for example, there were two really good examples of media that came out during pandemic here locally. They were on trend. They were gay stories. They were boys' love. One was Gaya sa Pelikula, and that was on by Globe Studios, and another one was Game Boys. And Game Boys was shot with limitations. It was shot via Zoom, and now it gained so much traction that now there's a Netflix movie. I think it's like season 1 or season 2. So if we use the pandemic as an excuse to not create, then that's our own fault, right? Because there are creators who are using the limitations and telling the stories that people are tuning into. You know, you can't say that Filipinos don't have taste for good entertainment. We do. It's just that
we do.
The creators here need to create it and prove that we can earn the respect and the money from the Filipinos. That way they can watch what we're producing.
Yep. Yes. We have to be very competitive as well. We are running out of time. I would like to ask you a few more questions, but it's going to expand. We still have a speaker. We still have our press up, Mr. Panganiban, after us. But again, yes, Maribel, you say.
Sir Chris, can we take at least 2 questions from the participants?
Sure. As you said, you're the organizer.
Here.
Who am I?
We have a question here from Mr. Peter Laurels.
Mr. Laurel, go ahead.
Ms. Mirasol, do you have any plans that help our Visayas entertainment industry to connect more directly to your programs, like creating a branch here maybe?
Actually, our programs reaches out to all regions, to the regions in the country. I don't see, or I've not heard of any plans yet of having a branch in Cebu, but there are plans underway. I think we commissioned a foreign consultant to prepare for us regional film commissions. So you see, these regional film commissions will be supported by the FDCP, and maybe will also be supported by or maybe it will be coming from the LGU of Cebu. So it's in the process, it's underway, and with these film commissions or with these regional film commissions, all projects of the FDCP will be geared towards it. And also the programs of the FDCP is parang it goes to everyone. We call for participants. We provide incentives also to local filmmakers, for script writers. We provide for project development, for small budget production. We give 1 million fund. For large budget production, we give 5 million grant. The film distribution and post-production, the FDCP is trying really to promote and encourage the production of quality films. So there are different avenues or ways by which FDCP reaches out to the regional filmmakers.
There you go, Maribel. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, only one last question
Okay,
from
go
Ms.
ahead,
Masha.
please.
This can be addressed by anyone from our panelists.
All right, okay.
When do imagine face-to-face performances and movie theaters to open again?
Okay. Ms. Mirasol, ikaw na lang.
I don't see it in the very near future. But there is hope, of course. We have to pivot to the current the current situation. Yeah, thank
Art
you.
continues. Thank you very much. Any other question?
None so far.
Let me take this opportunity to thank my panelists for this day. Maraming salamat, dagang salamat for staying with us this long. Alan, you have been instrumental in invoking in my head and in my imagination the possibility for an online theater. Steve Sanchez, you're a blessing from the sky. You're the person to go to when it comes to streaming, and streaming platform is what we need very, very badly nowadays. Panelist Jose LG Puentes, I love you for being truthful. Keep on making that music. Your dream is about to come true. It's already coming true. And I wish all the best for all the musicians there in Cebu. To Dennis Marasigan, my partner, filmmaker and the teacher in a CCP, former CCP member as well. And is he around? Dennis Marasigan, thank you very much for your input. Maraming salamat sa iyo. At ngayon, alam ko na patuloy pa rin ng teatro because since time immemorial, hindi naman daw nawawala. Kasi nung araw pa, meron ng teatro. So, theater will be around for the longest time. To Sir Chris, si Sir Chris, maraming salamat po sa inyong input. Art continues. In Cebu, art continues. Maraming salamat for all our panelists. Now, I would like to present to you, okay, my idol. Ito sinasabi ko, the reason why idol ko to is because I heard him for the first time during our kick-off session and he said, excellence. Excellence. The word is excellence. If we can all vie for excellence, we are in good shape. Okay? And he is one of the persons one of the many officers of the Cebu Chamber of Commerce who has dreamt of the possibility of a revival and of Cebu becoming the next creative hub in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Mario Panganiban, take it away, boss.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris, for the very kind words. The truth is, I met you a long time ago, if you remember, because you used to be with RS Video.
Oh, yeah. No wonder you look familiar. Wala naman ako utang sa'yo, sir. No, di ba? Wala naman.
Wala. Magaling
Okay.
kayo. You were one of our best suppliers when I was ang corny nga nung nung aking title, advertising controller.
Welcome. Go ahead.
I was handling that, and we did a lot of projects with RS Video. And
yeah,
I did
thank
not
you.
meet you personally before. We met in CIFF.
All right. Thank you very much for supporting us this long.
I attended the launching of CIFF. I think that was 12 or 13 years ago.
Yeah.
In San Carlos. When I told them, simple beginnings actually is the planting of the seed that becomes bigger. So I always believe that. In my closing speech, first I have to thank our chamber team who worked very hard. Maribel, Melgar, Jobin Pocado, and of course the president of CIFM Cebu, Mel Aliego, for helping organize this event. Now, in my campaign for the creative entertainment industry, my campaign is two things, Creative Entertainment 2.0, and the second one is 30 in 2030. 30 is 30 billion business of Cebu by 2030. Okay? So, what we're looking at is harnessing the whole entertainment industry. What are the opportunities? One thing that you will have to expect is that we will look at ways and means to develop the various subsectors. Well, in this case, there's a lot of discussion on theater. One very important comment, I think this came from Mr. Marisigan, was that we have to develop the audience. And I have a little story in audience development, which is myself. I became a theater buff. You know how it started? Okay, very easy. I wanted to have a date with a very cultured lady. So to appear to be cultured, I invited her to watch a theater play which was starred by Lea Salonga when she was a kid of 12 years old. Okay. Then there was a second play. And sooner or later, I personally enjoyed it. I enjoyed local productions. I even attended the theater plays produced by the activists in UP. I'm from UP Diliman, no? So meron silang mga impromptu plays, about progressive topics, but also attending theater plays in the cultural center, in Solar Life. Then later on, theater plays that are in Hong Kong, in Disneyland. No? In Disneyland, our tour guide is Mr. Nazareno, Alan Nazareno. So we had a chance to go to Las Vegas. But really, the most impressive was actually when we went to West End in London. That's where it really struck me. Before we went there for the show, we had lunch near a place where there are a lot of cinemas. Hardly anybody was going to the cinema. When we went to the theater in West End, it's every corner has a theater. I think there was 6 or 7 simultaneously having shows. The audience were children starting from the age of 10. There were seniors, even invalids. My God, the theater scene was really mind-blowing. And all the theaters were full. So I said, maybe it's a dream that maybe we can bring something like this by developing the audience. I know we need the audience to support. Now, there's a mechanism that can be done because I was part of the mechanism before. In the revival, after the EDSA revolution and the revolts in the 80s. Okay, so Metropolitan Theater went to us because sponsorship was under me also. So when Metropolitan Theater said, okay, we're gonna revive the shows here. We need a little money to put up the shows. So I had to justify to my bosses. And I realized our senior management and the department heads were actually interested also in theater. So we would provide the support and they'd give us free tickets. No? It so happened that the executives then at Philippine Refining Company, they would look forward to the weekend because they will Friday, Saturday schedule. So I'd really allocate the ticket for them. So what happened was we were building an audience because they will be telling also their friends. Then eventually it graduated to the cultural center place. There's a way where I think even in business we can stimulate the interest for theater because it's really interactive, especially if we can have it live. Although the next best thing would be streaming. Huh? Now, what is the next step, which is important here? The next step is actually we are looking for a person that will represent the theater group, the film group, and music group to actually work with the Entertainment Alliance so that we can line up projects that are doable and achievable so that we can get things going. Um, we will be doing that by after the different events of you, which is actually the second week of October. We will be calling up people to take on handling their particular sector. Then once that's done, we will be working together so that we can line up projects so that we can start, as we said, creative entertainment 2.0, which is collaborative, inclusive, not only for Cebu, it will probably involve the other regions. And we are looking at the objective of contributing to the national effort. So thank you very much for the opportunity to be able to say these closing remarks. And I would like to give a very special mention to Mr. Crispo Mojica for being kind enough to MC dynamically this program. So thank you and good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Sir Mario Panganiban. It's almost effortless for me. I love theater. It's always been in my production veins. I love film and I love music. So this is really almost like a playground for me. Thank you all so very much. It's been a wonderful time for me. I'm sure it's a wonderful time for our audience, the people behind the Creative Entertainment Week. We just started a very successful one. So come and see us for the next of the following days. I will be on October 8th. I will be talking about schools, how we can support and educate the creative industry in Cebu. Bye-bye for now. Maraming salamat. God bless you. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you.